negative attitudes about the vaccine. So the advice from the study is never use force, never try to threat or pressure people, but use positive negotiation and argument to try to make lasting change, not only the momentary change. Next one, please. So now just at the end, I'm showing a couple of examples of what we have done recently based on this evidence and other data that we have of what works and what are the behavioral gaps that we need to address. Some of these may be familiar from the south, but more and more these are implemented in the whole high risk communities up north. Next one, please. So, interpersonal communication skills of healthcare workers and community mobilizers. As I mentioned, the kind of encounter that you have with the vaccination team, how the team treats you as a parent, it can make or break the decision whether they accept vaccination or not. We have observed that we have some brilliant vaccinators and mobilizers, very exemplary, but we unfortunately also have those who are not respectful of parents, try to be superior to parents and make them feel shameful or negative emotion about it. So we have started to train healthcare workers how to communicate better with parents so that they will be more accepting of the vaccinations. And obviously this training will go beyond, the benefits will go beyond polio. It will help get results in all health programs and other vaccinations as well. And we learned also from studies that sometimes with hard negotiations and contributions, healthcare workers are also not always confident. They are scared sometimes or very persistent to using parents. So we are also teaching them negotiation skills. How can you negotiate a tough refusal in a positive way? So also boosting their confidence. Next one, please. Then you also here in the south, in Lagos in recent campaigns, we have had the non-compliant resolution teams, which are the teams that involve the households that have refused the vaccination. We now have had over 2,000 of these teams in the last campaigns. When these teams were introduced, we now have over 40% less unresolved cases compared to the time before we introduced it. So we are resolving refusals at a faster pace and doing it successfully, which means that more children are vaccinated at the end of the campaign. Next one, please. Then we have Fathers for Good Health, which is an initiative that started in Bauchi and is now expanding to other northern states. Like I mentioned, fathers' participation in vaccination is a challenge, especially up north. So these are a male engagement of peer groups where fathers together work as a team to resolve not only the confusions, but also engage fathers outside of campaigns to make sure that they understand the importance of polio vaccine, other routine vaccination, and child health as a whole. This is a very successful initiative, and it's really showing not only increase in male ownership of polio program, children's health in general, and also getting lasting solutions for local problems. Next one, please. Then we have introduced community cinema. Marching shows are nothing new, but they have not been used in polio programs in a very long time in Nigeria. But we also know that a lot of our ACSM activities have been quite traditional and frankly quite boring. thinking of that we have so many campaigns back to back, especially again up north. Luckily in the south you have been spared recently, but yeah, we never know when we need to take it up again. But we wanted to offer something a bit more what we call educational, but making it more entertaining. So that also those parents who say, oh, there's no need for vaccination. I don't care to come to compound meetings or community meetings. So that we can also attract those parents to come and listen to and learn about polio. So we have this AI developed movie about a young boy, 5-year-old boy, who shows a lot of promise becoming a great football player. Great talented young boy, and there's a football coach who notices the talent and promises a bright future for the boy. But when the campaign comes, the parents decide not to vaccinate the child, and with that, they believe in the rumors that they hear from their neighbors, and as a result, in a traumatic way, the boy catches polio virus and his legs paralyzed. So we have the traumatic storytelling angle there, the emotion, while also educating about the benefits of polio and bringing the alarm that okay, polio is not just somewhere there. We have linked up into this community in a way and also exit survey. So after the event, we interview a small sample of attendees, asking about what they learned, asking about their intention to vaccinate next campaign, so we get immediate feedback of what they learned, what's still unclear, and what they plan to do. So it's a very beneficial initiative. And now we are actually taking it further. Next week we are going to have a co-creation workshop with some wonderful filmmakers. And we are going to make more professional movie material for future community cinemas with Ali Nobu, who's a champion, and also other filmmakers. So we are taking it to the next level. Trying to, and what we have learned is that it is mainly the fathers, the men who attend these cinema events, which is exactly the group that we wanted to come and learn and discuss about polio. So it's very successful at the moment. Next one, please. So very, very clearly, you probably will get the slides later. You can look at the earlier slides. So very concise and quick snapshot of what we've learned recently and what. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, so please answer the question.
Thank you, just any questions also? You get the slides eventually, and this question and answer begin and end here. As time goes on, if you have any questions, or you run into any doubt, or want to do something, please send it to us.
Yeah.
If we can't answer it, we'll draft them, to do that. But it isn't because that's what they are paid for, but because of the passion they have. And they have had a lot of experience in the field, certification, trying to get with the real patterns of women in the Northeast, different from those in Kogi, different from those in Oyo, different from those in Sokoto. You'll be amazed that even in the North, because of the religious differences and the groups, we discover that in Katsina, two groups don't agree and because they have patterns and reasons. And we, in this type of group, what we suggest that you have to be, that means everybody more. For what? Sorry, yeah, really put it, but as simple as dress code. You have to change your address code when teams are selected together. And this issue of trust and recognize is very important. And it is our duty to program. It changed my pattern. I used to go around with this people who refuse vaccine, treating them for this. I called as some commissioner of police come there and drag them away. And they said, no, you have to be diplomatic and try to, because the key is the aspect of the vaccine, not only the polio, but other child disease. And the key and our focus is we want to stop the vaccine derived viruses here in Nigeria. And don't think to yourself, as long as there is a vehicle, there is a plane, there's a train, there's a vehicle, and a foot. They are traveling from Saudi. I mean, my presentation for you, something that we dedicated years ago. Found yourself in the sewage system. That means there are children around there who are having. We are afraid of we are afraid of we are afraid of Makoko. What is high, very high density area? One, getting into darkness of the problem. So we're depending on you. Don't think that you are in Lagos, nothing happen. You can be your grandchild, or your child, or somebody's child. Any questions? Okay, thank you so much, and have a safe flight.
Thank you.
Wait, there was a room of waiting that they have a flat for you. Where is it? You forgot it again in the hotel or in the. Where is it? Where is this envelope close to the teachers?
What's the
Okay.
Yes, come on up.
Thank you very much. When we bring the lecture, to mention the situation whereby the mother might agree for the child to take vaccine, and the father might not agree.
Yes.
And I believe in a situation like this happen, every child that's take this vaccine, their house should be marked for record purpose. How do we handle this? Because if this vaccine is being given to a child in a particular area or a house, and the place is not marked, and some other people visit the area again, how do the people doing or handling the situation knows that okay, this area, this has been done, and how do the UNICEF or the WHO want to handle the situation whereby father and mother and agree such is the
Thank you. So this is obviously the ideal situation is that you will follow the policy, you will mark the household as advised. This is what we all try to do. But these are exceptional cases. And overall, the most important thing is that child gets the vaccine. Not the finger marking or the house marking. Those are documentation for us when we collect data and we monitor to see who has been vaccinated and who's not. But even then, even if the data is not 100% accurate in our OBK or in our forms, it still matters more that the child gets the vaccination, that our documentation is not up to bar. So in those cases, the vaccination team will take a note, and so it might not be in the household, and it might not be in the OBK or tally sheet, but it's still taken note that okay, in this household, the mother accepted the vaccine, but it's not, because we don't want to cause harm. We don't want to put the mother's nature, we don't want to cause any marital issue, but we still want to protect the child also. So ultimately, ideally, it will be a joint decision between the mother and father, and we will trying to find the engagement activities where the parents can be brought together and jointly make and have a discussion and make the decision. But when it's not possible, we still trying to find ways to vaccinate the child without putting the mother into any action. So these are exceptional. It happens a lot, but it's not a continuous issue. So it's not a huge dent in the data. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My first question goes why so many rounds? Because the last in between rounds ongoing as it stopped, we finished yesterday. So we were at the field with the field or one of the field coordinators, and what we got from the field was the fact that you people are coming very often. You also come, and I heard that there will still be round 3 again. So the refusal is on the evening. And also when you mention fathers, it's a very good initiative because most of the households, the father makes the decision in that house. And then goes the low awareness, and we have to plead because you can't do anything. There's no policy surrounding it, and I don't know what the policymakers are doing about it. Now, let me go back to. I want to juggle everything at once. Now, I also want to go to pluses. I think for the pluses, that's the biscuits, indomie, sweets, and all those things. We found out that this process helps a lot, and that's why we encourage Rotarians to, when they see the vaccination teams and they see the facilities, we encourage them to, bring along pluses, because we find out that most of those children, they come out, especially when we are here, unannounced, we just come out, they receive the vaccine because of the process. So I am encouraging that, I'm advocating for pluses actually, and that is one of the ways our impact as Rotarians will also be felt. And also the use of the ODK. The majority of us don't know how to use the ODK, and this is the data tool that will also help us and show us that we are really in support in moving our community forward. Thank you.
The frequency of the campaigns, and there are many reasons behind that issue, and it's beyond my scope of work. But one of the key reasons is obviously we still have a lot of missed children. We are vaccinating a lot, but also a lot of communities have not been reached at all, especially in the insecure areas. There's still a lot of children who are pro-choice of any vaccination, so we cannot just relax and rely on the new campaigns. But also the reduced campaign quality. There's always improvements that we can make, and if we are able to, like our data is more reliable, if we are able to reach more children, then we will need less vaccines. But let's face it, at least where UNICEF comes, and I know that we are not alone, is that it's very challenging also to eradicate polio for as long as the immunization coverage is very low. We know that again in the south, you will luckily have a much better situation than in many of the northern states. I remember in Stockholm, routine immunization coverage. It's like just over 10%, 11% for routine vaccinations. So you can think of there's no hurt from immunity against infectious diseases. So there are environmental issues with sanitation. All of these things contribute to the spread of the virus. More difficult. But we understand, especially from communication side, people are tired of campaigns. And that's one reason also why some parents who have been supportive of the campaigns and vaccination are now saying no. Children have had enough doses already, we don't need any more. And that is a challenge that we need to at all. On the plastic, yes, I know it's a great deal, but this is a hot topic. There are people who think that okay, the plastic can facilitate acceptance, but I'm thinking of the longer behavior change, which is the sustainable solution. But it is, yeah, it depends. Do we want the vaccination numbers now, or do we want longer term behavior change, which is more like, but it's, yeah, there's pros and cons, and what we learned in the data is that backfiring and the sensitivity of it. So it's not so like a black and white. Thank you very much.
I also take your story.
Any other people, additional? Yes. Let's have a one. I would like to see DGM East.
Good morning, everyone. I'm asking on behalf of the man. He has run away. He wants to know that, when you go to rural communities, there has to be like some type of parlay, like some negotiation. They have challenges and they're expecting you to meet their demands. And he wants to find out, so what do you do? How do you solve? For instance, maybe you go to a community, a rural community that they're struggling with water, borne diseases, or they need water. How do you solve such problems? Do you go into negotiation? Because imagine Rotarian going to communities where there's no light, they don't have water. These are pertinent problems that they have. So telling them you want to give them polio vaccination is not a priority. So how do you mitigate such demands? Thank you so much.
Okay, defining other needs.
Yeah, this is a common challenge for us, and we get a lot of refusals when people appeal for the other needs. What is important for us is that we are not promising, but we keep it to our lane. We are here to provide the polio vaccine, and there's no other way to prevent polio except for the vaccine. So we want to make sure that we are empathetic to their situation and the other needs that they have. But we also cannot start promising solving these issues that are not in our capacity or accountability. So we want to show that we are understanding, want to listen to them, but at the same time to try to make clear that the polio vaccine is there to protect their children, regardless of what the other living conditions are. And that's the only way to protect the child's life against polio. So regardless of all these other needs, we cannot go into that lane, but it's important for us to stir up the motivation and importance of the vaccine. It's free health insurance. Trying to get these other economical motivations there. But if you have a child that is paralyzed, it's also going to make the child's life more difficult. It's going to increase your costs of healthcare needs for the child. It will also limit the child's earning opportunities in the future. So also trying to find different entry points into motivating the parents to protect the child now, regardless of all the other important things that they have.
Sorry, we have to cut it short here. Now, ask DG Lai to come forward and make a brief presentation to our speaker before she leaves. You can bring that. Sorry to rush the DG.
Thank you very much. You have, because of the flight, I mean,
Thank you. Thank you. Always a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Which DG? The place we are. Which are the DGs? Okay. I would like to announce the presence of DGM as social here. It came in where we are already on, and we have not told him yet, but let us publicly tell you that they're going to be the co-chairman of the technical media team for the incoming to be observed by the this is well. Whether you like it or not, it's public knowledge now, so you can't even deny our results. You know, when you want to, like this senior boys, that the way you do, they can't say no. Okay? Now the program has started. I have no apology for crashing it over. Please keep the questions coming. Write your questions, drop it with the organizers here, whether she is in the air or back to Abuja, she will get it and send the reply. And there are other people here who can give you the reply because it's a teamwork. We have for the WHO chiefs here, we have the National Polio program, where here we have my senior brother, the vice chair for Lagos there, yeah, so it is the big deal. May I also announce the arrival of my junior brother. I terrorize them, calling them my junior brother because they made a mistake in declaring their age officially. If you have declared your age officially, that's the mine. They are my junior sister or junior brother. Give a warm welcome to past district governor Sagab Ahmed Sani from the Sublime of 7. It's the Fulani man, but if you want to finish, you will treat him nicely. I'm not introducing him as the past district governor. He's currently the Polio now coordinator for the 6, which is North and West Africa combined. Thank you very much. I'll quickly go through one because our interview coming in. So, yeah, oh, thank you very much. You're coming. Okay? Now, next slide, please. I'll put this figure so that we can start it. And there's only one DG here, but wait. So this is the time to show this slide. Otherwise, they don't like me showing this slide. We have a documentation of all your gifts to the Polio Plus Fund. The one for club by club and person by person are available with your officers. But this shows you the 6 districts in Nigeria. You can see 9112, it shows the membership of the district as of 1st July. And 911 have only given $8,395, while 911 was given $13,868 as of 17th August. That is on the daily basis. So those of you having, but I showed this slide to challenge you that how to better yourself. Not any reason, but because this is 911 and 911. I mean, so you have to better yourself. But if you don't want to better yourself, you can see that 9126 is already taken up, and I have no apologies. There are many people from Oyo State, especially the athletes, and my brother is from Oyo State, which happens to be that group. And then allied presidents family group is from the back. So if that's what you want to show for your allied president, that is your ethic. I come from Taraba, I'm not the inside. 9127 26,000. Can you imagine 9127 between 911 912? It never happened before. But 9141 has already given $224,000 to Polio Plus One. 9142, which is the Igbo wing, 19,000 from them. This is not to say that you are last or second or what. It's that you must better yourself because we have an allied president. We have a trustee and one short man here who is the chairman of the Nigerian Polio Plus Committee. So if you want us to shine, put money there. Now, a lot of you complain that when you want to give to Polio Plus Fund, why? And some of your leaders are causing problems by saying, put it to annual funds because we shall get ETF and project. It's a fallacy and it is false. Put your money, equity, or where you want, but stay retirement. You will get your 400 fellow whether you give annual funds or you give nothing. But whether you like it or not, Rotary International has already declared that their #1 priority project and program in the world is to end, it's a promise to collectively make to the children of the world. You want to be part of it or not? And it is only possible that has a continuous global grant that every day the vaccine is given to a child. So why you are asking where your money will go or why it will go? You're already using it. We support UNICEF with money for vaccine. Private support. The government too. With money for UNICEF with one papa plan. I mean, on record, as from June, for the next 15 months, Rotary has granted UNICEF with 1.8 million US dollars for outbreak response activities, which includes vaccine and vaccination of the. We support my sister here, WHO, with money for supplements every year. Because so the money they are saying that why do you give that money for? It's not a big deal ahead of time. We spend not less than 150 million dollars for polio activities on the world. So this is the question that you will be asking for what happened. Next slide. You are late. Why you to find the corridor? Come on, job. That one concern me. If you want, let me go to the board here. Go and give it to her and then go to her. Go. If you are late, go and give it to her. Photographers, follow them and take photographs. That's not what you need. And then, breaking transmission. Now, let's say this. Because this is the training, I'm giving you an update for what you are doing in the field, and what your money is doing in the field, and what the village is doing in the field, what you are doing in the field, what the partners are doing in the field. The country has conducted a lot of national immunization activities. February, in TB, Sokoto, because these are the three states. They are at that time very, and we wanted to use something new because during the fasting period, and during fasting, all the Muslims don't want to take their life. They want to do good things, they want to buy that and home. So we say if we trap this at this time, let's see what reason they will do for telling you a lie when they are hiding a child under a bed and they are telling you that they have no children. It works, it didn't work, just like the Muslims. Then on 20th of March to April, I'm working for no part of the northern state of 10 or so, did their home vaccinations and they reached 96% of the children. Now this data is based on data to data. If you counted only 8 children, we are going to give you percentage of 8 children, not the one you eat. So some of these data of population are not as accurate as people think. Now, they have another thing apart from the one you dropped in the mouth. That this fractional immunization one, it is an injection. And they do it. According to WHO and UNICEF, they say that one is much more potent and active and the coffee break don't start. Okay. Continue. I will join you. Next slide. Now, this is the latest report I got last night, and it's very important. I normally share it to digits. According to say, so that you are updated on what is happening. Now, if you look at it, one case that is Bible subject. Years ago, but they started showing next level. This figure shows you what has happened. These cases. They will share the style with you, but you see that they are predominantly or in the north, apart from the one we just got in Udo, which is not shown there, but from Kipi, Sokoto, Dukawa, Kano, Katuna, Natarawa, Niger, Benue, and Hore. And Polio are also there. The idea that don't go and say the house happened. They are going to save you a car. If you don't satisfy yourself, they are coming. And you can put the next slide. Now, those on the EOC, that is the way to go, are not there. Those of people who mention, anytime they are doing this, they will mention Pakistan. Arab president will wear green and start spraying. Now you have a good president to work hard. You don't want to work hard, bring the money, let your money work hard. And let's stop this viruses and give it love. Well, for the three cases. From WHO, UNICEF, CDC to do the work. There are other general partners that are all over. And all of you that all of us have to change. We must collectively work harder to get away from the I repeat, it is our program. When we want to so let's have some of the challenges. We are mentioning some of the challenges. The system I now compare and particularly in urban areas. I don't see too many people here, and maybe PG and they even in this hotel, there is a high fence. Now, some of the money meant for the fence is one that they do the I have. You can't get it. There are estates now that are gated. You can't get it. And this is where no matter how the gate solid it is, no matter how large, now they push gates, whether you like it or not, there is a driver inside. There is a man inside doing scale people. They will walk in your place and go back home. They will bring the virus to them. And that is why there is no one say and when these big men have their children stricken by polio, you know what they do? They say it is their enemy that is Malaya. Finger marking, he has talked about it, where people mark because one they give. Other don't mark. Now the two are equal, just like data, you need the city. So we are afraid, that's like DG here. You know how many of you used to write this mouth complaints and gossiping? That he's selecting only his girlfriends and I've met his wife, so he can't walk. That he's selecting only his friends. So we say it's poor what? Selection. The same thing when you go down the road and you're selecting the team. Politicians and friends, traditional right and friends, the senior staff in the primary health care also influence. You go to one that they tell you the name of a lead person, and you say the name sounds familiar. You discover that it is the sister, the brother, the focal person, or something like that. So we have all that, inequitable cold chain. Cold chain is when they bring the vaccine, they will be stored in a certain temperature. When you take it to the state, they will be in a certain temperature. From state, they go to the local government and co. So that is what they call cold chain. And from the point of takeoff, you must take the vaccines in the vision and put some ice pack. So we don't have enough of this cold chain apparatus. Not to talk about the fact that in the north, and one day they will just come and steal all the coolers and everything and home on the house and all that. Instead of complaining, expecting partners, expecting retailers to go and replace this as well. Now, accountability comes from what? We talk of accountability. You know the 4 waiters? But the thing we say we do is it the truth, is it fair to all concerned? Is there something, accountability framework, that people should be held responsible? But here we are even holding responsible that if I go to the field, I'm held responsible for the report that I will give. Go back to the 4 waiters. Is my report the truth? Can I account for it? And I say, yes, I made this one to bring the wrong thing, and stand for it. So accountability has been brought into and go. The issue of insecurity is all over the country, but in some other parts of the country, it falls like that. So accessibility to household, accessibility to some community and co is very difficult. So you have the same thing everywhere, and it is funding. Now we're talking of campaign we started yesterday. So you can make a lot, and somebody will say that is paying them in dollars. We have some people who are already put in the team. After the first round, the money they get, they say, is that all? And they don't come back. But it's still the fallacy that, but she was talking about we have to come up with innovative ways together. The end result that we want these jobs to go to every resident. Of course, some people complain of biscuit, they complain of raw, they complain of Because as human beings, you have to complain of something. But somebody has come to help you with a free vaccine that will make your child safe. You are saying, I won't take this help unless you give me additional money. So this is the problems we have. We share it, but the idea here that you bring us some of your ideas and we can get this thing done. And thank God, 50% of the people sitting down here are women. Because at the end of the day, these fathers will go and drink their palm wine and their stuff and Henneken and don't care about it. True or false? And when they come, you are sick. When your child is sick, you are sick. I mean, and I see my wife going through that. In fact, when he's taking because she's delivering me from my wife. My elder has spoken. So, I have my own, but many of you have better ideas than me. So, through your Black Polio Plus Committee, who will take it to the district president, let's have your idea what we can do. What we can do better for polio eradication. We say, and adapt facilities that are looking. Now she says something that if the routine immunization is not strengthened, now Lagos is going down. You go down to a level that Sokoto is God forbid. Whether you like it or not, you will have a round for immunization. You can complain as much as you want, but the reality is that you have to. So routine immunization is very important. So when you adopt this clinic for primary health, go there every week, every month, and strengthen routine immunization. Right? So, Presbyterians, this program is out. Do we go out? Ibra was going round, and she's ended today. Do you know that apart from Stephen, who is a paid staff, I saw only 3 pictures of some ladies. I think one was wearing a t-shirt, one was wearing this jacket with handed. 3 with a membership of Lagos and Ogun of Rotarians of almost 5,000. I have not included Rotaractors, only 3. Now the trouble that at the end of the day, the EOC will give us the data of how many people from the ministry went out, how many the WHO, how many when you feel the ODK, we are not going out. You go and put in men. One is 8,000, the other is 13,000. That one not do. Let us do. The economic center of Africa is Lagos. Not Tobago, not Africa. The economic center, number of bank, number of money moving from bank to bank, Alaba to anywhere is Lagos in Africa. And you are giving me a total of 21,000. You are not here, my orphan and the woman. And I will come with the money, don't give like you say, this is 9112 from here, take your money and keep it. So we need to improve it because we are not giving enough. And I've told you the reason why you should give. We have vaccines. The nice work that the WHO does in Southern, we assist them with some money. So your money is continuously and daily being used. The form for the global grant that people are making noise, you never even fill the form yet. But for polio, the money is already being used. What of advocacy? We have been to some churches big churches with big men lined out with messages and this, they won't accept vaccination. We need your advocacy. Those of you that have access to these big gates of houses, big gated estates, we need you. There are some local government chairmen to bring the cotton. Some of you will discover new there with the other president in Abuja. A young lady who was in our peace program in Uganda, within 24 hours, we had to see the Minister of Finance. And we have written more than 6 letters for the past 1 year to see him. We do say, one phone call, you are in town. I'm busy. You want to see the minister? Let me see, I'll get you back in the night. We are having suya. Right. So can you be in the minister's office by 9? So you see the power of you ladies, the boys here. So advocacy is not only for the DG, it's for all of us that can do that. He was complaining of engagement. Somebody, the young man here was saying that when for organization, don't you talk to the people that every one of you here forget this lie that you are negotiating a lie. You come from one village, Lagos Napariki, we just met here. All of you here belong to one community and one village. Baba wrote their top line. If you come from the community, so why don't you advocate in that community with help? If you can advocate, you know how to behave, their behavioral practice. Let us know. So when you don't know advocacy, engagement or community, engagement or that, organizing panel, each and every one of us here has that asset our country if we want to do it. So let me not take too much of your time. Next slide. I don't want to take too much of your time because we want to talk of fundraising and for Agab is here. We want to talk of media, the piece is here. We want to talk of Savalan, the vehicle is here. So let him go. Me, I've been retired. I know you didn't know too much grammar. Only one thing I beg of you. Let us help vaccinate the last child at any given time. It's very important. And I have a message for you. Next slide. The friend in Canada sent me this slide to tell you that even in Canada, they are counting you broken. Because why? You never have polio. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? If there are questions, write them. I will pass them to Sagam and go to answer. They are more updated than 2 minutes. Any questions? So, thank God, no questions. That means no one understood anything, so no one can blame me for not knowing.
Please, can we appreciate the chairman, Nigerian National Polio Authority? So, like, we've been saying this and we'll still continue to say, it's the same thing we meet at the field every day, and then we need to really up our activities at it. So, what we use to appeal to all our clubs, please identify the primary health center very, very close to you. Don't say because a member of the club of Bagada, you are going to limit yourself to Bagada. You are members of Bagada who lives in Akute, who lives in every other part of the state. Just identify yourself, send PAC there, and then you make sure that yes, once the run is open up, you always support them. And as the chairman has said, I will continue to say, process plays a very important role in the organization. And when we talk about process, we talk about these treats, the indomie, the biscuit we give to these children, anytime there's immunization coming up. So at this point, I think we want to go on a short tea break, and therefore to probably stretch out our legs and then have some time out. Thank you. So we just have 5 minutes for that. 5 minutes to stretch our legs, have a cup of tea, a cup of coffee, and then we'll come back again for the next session. Thank you. please let's do it section by section, please. Let this section go and pause for the feedback, and then the program still continues. So please, we have some cars that are blocking the road construction outside there. But we have a black Benz GLE JJJ 712KA. We have another car, a black Lexus JJE 681JW, and the Toyota RAV4 LS 294AAA. Please, your cars are blocking the tractor walking outside. Please, can you attend to your cars, please? Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Welcome, sir. Fine, sir. My system had storage. There was one application that was downloaded on this Have you taken pictures?
I call you.
We have just 5 more minutes. But this 5 more minutes. The things that we have outside that, car is not being the response of the and also, you have to be society people. Any member, any prayer, to donate the $100. That's the principle available here now. Just donate $100 and you get your bank now. $20 of that thing. So the government is 500 cities. Please, you are blocking from to transform the people. If not cheap, 500 KKE. And the exchange of $270 now. Those are not 370, just calculating and then make the transfer. When was it? 29,000. No. 1.7,000. One time, just says naira. The channel your end please 5 more minutes. I get 5 more minutes. Please, 5G50088. You have been to the talking some members of the name. Can you please accept your card? Can you go to that place? 4G50088. Hello. Okay, so let's come back to our seats. Please, let's come back to our seats.
in the country rate. And it's good to actually be a list. It's good actually being a list. And so today I'll be talking about updates on polio surveillance, where we are, and actually where we're going. Next slide. Next. So the context of global polio eradication, global and national. This is where we are. You know, the journey towards polio eradication started in 1988, when the polio eradication initiative was born, where 4 ministers of health decided and had this
decided that polio was going to be eradicated globally. Then there were over 700,000 cases of polio in the world, 725 countries. So far, we have kept pushing the goalposts. By certified polio free in August 2020, but still, we're still having cases of circulating vaccine polioviruses. So I was saying that, we've come a long way from 1988. The goalpost has been moved and moved over and over again. So right now, Global Polio Eradication Initiative and other partners set up a goal. The first goal is to permanently interrupt all forms of poliovirus transmission in endemic countries. And the second goal is to stop transmission and prevent outbreaks in non-endemic countries. We know that we have endemic and non-endemic countries. So sadly, these goals, we have never been able to meet them. Like I said earlier, the goalpost is being shifted from one year to the other. So from this chart, we can see that in 2025, the agreement was that by 2025, we would have stopped all transmission, but unfortunately, this isn't the case, as we're still reporting cases. As at last week, we had a case reported in Oyo State, which is the source of worry. Oyo State, because the state in the south, and the northern states have been isolating viruses from the environment and from here cases next time. Now, concerning the second goal, this is the plan for the second goal. The first phase is stop transmission in Southern and Central African countries. The second phase is stop transmission in Horn of Africa countries. The third phase, which should be by mid-2026, is to stop transmission in West and Northern Africa and in the Chad Basin. And then phase 4, which was supposed to be by the end of 2028, is to interrupt all type 2 transmission. But sadly, we know that, I don't want to be pessimistic, but it's looking like it's going to be a difficult task, especially now that we're having a lot of challenges with respect to funding. Next slide. Now, this shows the decreasing trend of funding. I mentioned earlier that one major problem we have right now is with respect to funding. We know that without funds, there is little or nothing we can do. The push will not be as strong as it should be. We know of the funding cuts from countries, especially the US, which was the US is a major donor to many partner agencies and even community-based organizations. But sadly, funding has reduced drastically. And when funds reduce drastically, it means less boots in the field, less health workers. WHO has had to cut down on a lot of staff in the field. And this, is clearly beginning to show, because with less hands on the field to ensure that vaccines are getting to every child, then it means that we have a problem and transmission will be far from over. Next slide. So this is a snapshot of the polio situation in Nigeria. SDG PGD Hassan tried to give us, explain where we are with respect to polio situation in Nigeria. And I had mentioned earlier that we're still having transmission, especially in the northwest and the northeast of Nigeria. So this is where we are as at week 33. This comparing last year and this year, you can see that the spread is more this year. And I had explained earlier, funding cuts, sometimes attitude of personnel, poor routine immunization is responsible for this. So what this diagram just shows is we're not doing as well as we were doing in the previous year. Next slide. So this still shows us by weeks, every weeks, the isolations will be happening. We are beginning to have PV3s, which was not common. Initially, it was just CVPV2s that were in circulation, and now we're having PV3s. And when you're beginning to have
isolating PB3 viruses, it simply means that your routine immunization is suboptimal. Suboptimal such that you're not the populations are not able to build enough immunity to keep off childhood diseases. Next slide. Now, this shows orphan viruses. Orphan viruses are viruses that are not linked to anywhere. Now, for every virus has a footprint. Let me put it down. Every virus has a footprint. So for every virus that is found, it has a full footprint so that response will be easier, so that you know where to begin to fight it. So some viruses, when viruses come up, we know it's coming from Zamfara. Some are linked to outside the country. You know, that's how we're able to know that Nigeria is actually exporting viruses. But now, when you're beginning to get orphan viruses are viruses that are normally not linked to any other viruses. And it shows a failure of surveillance. It means that it has been in circulation for a while, it has mutated, and as a result, nobody's able to link it, making it difficult to channel your response. You don't know the vaccines to administer at that time. You don't know how to plan your response because they're orphan viruses. So this shows that, like I said, I don't want to be pessimistic, but when you begin to see these markers, it means that we need to do more. And how do we ensure that surveillance is good enough? Ensuring that we have enough people to go out for active surveillance, active case search, going to health facilities, searching for cases that look like polio, so that we can investigate. And then, if it's positive, we put up a response immediately by ensuring that every child gets 2 drops of the polio vaccine. So when this is a picture, it doesn't show a very good picture. So comparing last year and this year, we have more isolation of orphan viruses. You can see that there's a spread gradually coming towards the south. And this is not good for us. Next slide. So I'll just talk briefly about outbreak response and operations. Next. This is a picture showing outbreaks that we've had as at week 32 of 2025. A lot of the outbreaks are in the north. The states at this side, the slide is not showing, but this is a lineup of all the states that have the virus, that have isolated viruses. The most recent being is Zamfara State and Polio State, and I mentioned earlier. Next slide. And then this is a weekly distribution of CVPV2 detections and then SIAs that have been conducted. So for every virus that is isolated, we conduct the recommendation is 3 rounds of campaigns to ensure that children in that locality in the state are administered with polio vaccines, just to ensure that they are protected. So far, these are the weekly case detections and SIOs that have been completed. The SIOs that have been completed are in blue. Next slide. And also for PB3, for each PB3 virus that was isolated, a response was also mounted. Next slide. But this is the picture I want us to pay attention to. Those responses that were obtained, they are not enough due to several reasons. For each round of campaign, a lot of money goes into it. So this slide just shows us those lines, those rows that are colored in red, are poliovirus detection that have not been addressed by 2 SIs. And this concerns AFP isolations and wastewater surveillance or environmental surveillance isolations. So it means that we are not responding enough. And when we're not responding enough, there is a high risk of the spread of the virus. It means that the virus is spreading to other children. And of course, when the virus spreads, it means that children can come down with paralysis. Next. AFP surveillance performance. Next slide. Now, I believe we all know when it comes to polio,
case detections. We look out for everything that looks like polio. Every child under the age of 15 years that suddenly comes down, weakness of the legs, either the upper or the lower limb, or anybody who may suspect polio, because polio is not limited to only children. We have had outbreaks in some countries, African countries, where adults actually came down with polio. I think Namibia and Cape Verde, they had an outbreak sometime in 2006. Polio can actually occur in adults. But for us to identify polio cases, we look for everything that looks like polio, and that's what we call acute flaccid paralysis. So in the country so far, this is a snapshot. This is what we have so far. Number of cases we have reported. I'm sorry, I can't see very clearly here. Let me get this. So I was saying that so far we have had over sorry, I have to go over 7,700 cases of acute flaccid paralysis. Acute flaccid paralysis is actually suspected polio cases, but we cannot say it's actually polio. It has gone to the lab, 2 samples are taken to the lab, and then it's tested. And then if it comes out positive, we know it's a confirmed case. In addition to AFP, acute flaccid paralysis, which is in humans, when I said anybody, a child, usually under the age of 15, comes down with sudden onset of weakness of the legs. We complement it with wastewater surveillance, where we collect wastewater in areas that have poor sanitary conditions, for areas that have central sewage systems, like it's done in other countries. We collect the samples are collected and tested, so that when AFP surveillance is unable to detect a virus, wastewater surveillance is able to pick it. And when it speaks, you know that a child in that environment is actually passing out the virus, and so a response is. So this is where we are. It is expected that for every 33,000 population, 1 case of AFP should be detected. Why? Because acute flaccid paralysis is suspected polio. Acute flaccid paralysis also presents with other diseases. So we have differential diagnosis of acute flaccid paralysis. So it's not only polio that presents with acute flaccid paralysis. This is where we are. Out of all the cases affected, or things from all the states across the world, we have 99 cases that are still pending. 99 of those cases that are still pending classification by the EPEC, because they are not adequate cases. Going to organs. Now, this is AFP cases reported by state and by year. This picture also shows us how well the surveillance system is doing. I had said earlier that it is expected that for every 33,000 population, 1 case of AFP must be reported. If that is not the case, it means that surveillance is not doing well. Because we should be able to report adequate number of cases that present the same symptoms, so that we can go to the lab and check if it is actually polio or not. So this slide shows there's a reduction in the quality of surveillance in the country, because the number of AFP cases, because there's a reduction in the number of AFP cases that have been reported compared to the same period for the past 2 years. There's a 19% drop. The slide is coming up. There's a 19% drop. So what this means that we are able to detect the number of cases we're detecting earlier, 2005 and in 2004.
which still shows that
Our surveillance.
is not doing well enough. What's going on? What do we do now?
Can I continue from?
Take them, so just continue. Can I just? Just that they can't flow.
Also, the way they
Okay, sorry about that. We have this. So I was saying that it's just unfortunate that we may not be able to see the slides. But I was saying that there's a 19% decline in AFP case reporting. And part of the reasons is because of reduced funding. Because the number of officers who used to go out for active surveillance, active cases have reduced drastically with the reduction in funding. Another slide shows that we may have a bigger problem is the fact that we have silent words. Silent words are words that have not been reporting acute flash paralysis. Like I said earlier, one of the core surveillance indicators is the ability for every population to have one case of non-polio, one case of non-polio in 33,000 population. So if a population of 33,000 people, they are unable to report one case of AFP in a year, it means that the surveillance system in that population is weak. So if the population of Ikeja now 66,000, it's expected that in a year, Ikeja will report 2 cases of acute flaccid paralysis. So there's a decline in that, and we're having areas or wards, because it's calculated by ward. We're having wards that have shown a decline or an increased number of wards. And unfortunately, these wards and also these wards have been found to be in the south. So the north don't seem to have a problem with respect to surveillance, because somehow donors are still putting a lot of money in the north. So the south is being left out because the south is being seen as low risk. But we're beginning to see reporting in another case, or you reported a case, I think last year, with Lagos. Lagos reported a case from wastewater surveillance in August of last year. So we're beginning to see an increase in number of silent votes, showing that we are unable to detect AFP cases. And the danger is that when you're not able to detect an AFP case, that AFP case could be polio. So the virus just goes around being transmitted, getting in contact with our children until it hits a child that is suboptimally vaccinated, and that child comes down with paralysis. So these are the issues we're having. This is just for us to see that we're having huge funding gaps. And when you have huge funding gaps, it distorts every plan the polio program has. Another slide here that would have been good for us to see is the number of wards and local government areas that are showing very poor performance. As said earlier, most of them are in the south, with the highest number being Akwa Ibom State, Lagos, Oyo, Osun, Delta. You can see all southern states, Anambra. Then you now have Jigawa, Bauchi, Taraba, then Ondo, Kebbi, Kaduna, Imo, FCT, Ebonyi, and Benue. So most of these states that have listed out are all southern states. Now the next slide I would have shown is for us to see that our labs are doing well. So just to give us the confidence that the viruses that are being isolated are real, the results are real, because some people may feel that maybe the results are not true. Maybe all these viruses being isolated, maybe Nigeria is looking for more money, but no, the labs have shown that the quality of samples that are going to the lab have shown that the labs are doing very well. And the quality of samples that go to the lab are also of good quality, because these 2 samples are able to isolate non-polio enteroviruses. Now, AMP investigations are also completed within 48 hours. That's come up. So AMP cases are being investigated within 48 hours. So we have some good and we have some
some bad when it comes to the AFP surveillance. When it comes to delivering on processes, the processes are top notch, lab is doing well. The humans who are available to do the work, they are able to know that. They are able to support collection of stool samples back, collection of samples, collection of stool samples, and sending them home. So for every AFP case that is detected, we have 48 hours to complete investigation and notification. So you can see it's a green, mostly green across the 3 years of comparison. Next slide. Next slide. Now, surveillance goes on in special populations. There's surveillance in insecure areas. If we recall, in 2016, when we were on the verge of being certified polio free, the certifiers were already in the country, and then a virus was isolated. The WPV3 was isolated from an insecure area in Borno State, if you remember. That was our last wild polio virus type 3. From an insecure area, it was a newly liberated area from a Boko Haram captured area. And so it is imperative from an IDP camp, it's imperative that surveillance continues in insecure areas. So this is going on. We know there are some areas that are still occupied, but this slide just shows that we're still conducting surveillance in inaccessible areas, even though it's not optimal, because the personnel to go in there, there are not enough funds to hire security personnel, there are not enough. So the cases that are being picked, they are not as many as were in the previous years. Next slide. Also, this gives a breakdown by states in IDP/refugee camps. For areas that have IDP camps, you can see those little dots on top. In a state like Borno State, you can see the yellow or the orange color on top, Borno and Katsina State. Those are the areas that have IDP camps for 2025 and 2026, comparing the 2 years. Next. Also in nomadic communities, we know nomads, they move from place to place. And as they move from place to place, there's a high tendency that viruses are also going to be taken from place to place. So they are being tracked. We have geocoordinates. When they move southwards with their cows, there's a tracking system in place that tracks them to see when they move, if any of them comes down with sudden weakness of the leaves, and also to ensure that they receive vaccines whenever there's a campaign. So the program has been such that there are people who follow them. There are adults, the heads of their communities who follow them to ensure that we're on track with them. Now, the immunity profile of AFP cases is very important for us to see this slide. You can see it's mainly in red. AFP cases that have been reported still show that we are having 0-dose routine immunization. A 0-dose child is a child that has never received routine immunization before. 0-dose RI child. So you can see a lot of reds, and you can see Zamfara topping the list. So the question remains. So it's clear why. Because people are still asking, why are we still having viruses? This is the answer to the question. AFP cases, and they tell you they never received routine immunization. And this is years and years after this program. So what is really the matter? Our people are not receiving vaccines. What do we do for them to receive routine immunization vaccines, which we know is free, spread across Nigeria? So that's the breakdown. Zamfara topping the list. And we still have even 0-dose. We had one of the cases reported in Lagos this year is actually a child who came down with acute flaccid paralysis. Is actually a child who has never received OPV before. Next slide. Same for OPV when it comes to campaigns. The other slide showed routine immunization. This slide talks about the NOPV, the campaigns we take from house to house, where we give 2 drops of OPV to every child. So same picture. You can see suboptimally vaccinated children. You can see children who have never received OPV before, comparing last year and this year. Next slide. Now, I mentioned wastewater surveillance and what said it complements active plastic paralysis surveillance. I explained what was wastewater surveillance is about. So this is the number of wastewater samples collected across the country. In Lagos State, we have 5 environmental or wastewater surveillance sites. One of them is the popular Makoko Canal, if you know Lagos mainland well, where we isolated the last virus in August. And before then, in 2023, the same area had isolated the virus. So usually, the virus will thrive in poorly areas of poor sanitary conditions and areas where children are suboptimally vaccinated. And if you look critically at the nature of the people who stay there, they are averse to routine immunization. They do not accept routine immunization. People getting them to take 2 drops of the oral polio vaccine is a struggle. Next slide. So what do we do? What are we doing to support the states? I've mentioned the issue of funding. Funding is an issue. Health education is another issue, and health promotion. Getting our people to accept. First of all, we need to sustain sensitivity of polio surveillance. We need to ensure that our indicators, the core surveillance indicators, are kept within the standard. I had mentioned 3 in 100,000 population, or what 33,000 population. So there are several other factors or indicators we use in monitoring each surveillance is needed on. But this is the core. We have non-polio AFP rate I mentioned earlier and stool adequacy, where we want to ensure that when stool samples are collected, they are collected within 14 days of onset of paralysis, because that's the most likely time to isolate the virus with stool sample that is collected from the lab. So improve domestic commitments. We want to see how we can harness our local resources. People who are wealthy, like Rotary, to ensure that we're able to garner funds to keep the system going, to ensure that we're able to keep polio out. Resource mobilization drives are encouraged. I heard them, PGD Hassan, talk about it. Please let us encourage and ensure that we harness funds, or else all the work Rotary has done in the previous years will have gone to waste. We need to adapt an efficient system such that we save costs while we ensure that the quality of work is being done. Community engagement, the lady from UNICEF mentioned it, before and during outbreak campaigns and even after outbreak campaigns. And then program integration. We need to ensure the success of the Gavi 0 dose strategy and leverage of multi-antigen campaigns. There's a lot going on. There's periodic intensified routine immunization. If routine immunization is good, we will not have a need to take these vaccines from house to house. We will not have viruses. So we need to push to ensure that routine immunization is strong. People are beginning to complain, oh, too many rounds, they keep coming to my house. If they are able to go and complete the childhood vaccines, we will build enough herd immunity and there will be 0 cases of the virus in our society. Next slide. Thank you, Lord.
Thank you very much. Please, can we just appreciate our standard of the leadership? It's questions, please. Just limited questions. Questions, please. Questions. Questions. Questions.
Yes, okay. I'm guaranteed from Roger Club of our whiskey. My question, you said that poliovirus has not been properly addressed. Whose fault is it? Because
Rotary is a voluntary organization eradication programs. Putting it work in amazing or being supposed to be thank. Thank you for that question. It's actually an all hands on deck strategy that we have to adopt. I mentioned Rotary. I just wanted to mention Rotary so that we're not tired of giving, but responsibility actually lies with us as individuals. That's why I mentioned health education and health promotion. And I don't know if I skipped it. I mentioned holding political stakeholders and the government accountable. I forgot. I think it was skipped. Maybe they moved the slides and I didn't mention it, but I know it's there. So if we hold the government accountable, there's what the government can do. The government can convince people there's a Child Rights Act where every parent is supposed to ensure that their children do not become a threat to other children by ensuring that they're also protected by accepting the vaccines. Providing funds. Now the US has pulled away their funds. It is up to our own government to ensure that funding is available. When you have transmission going on, like the AIT states, axis of intractable transmission, where transmission has been going on the Northwest for a while now. The governors have to come together. But at the same time, we're looking at other people because we know our situation. So that's why I mentioned Rotary. To ensure that we keep the tempo up. PGD has mentioned it. I mentioned the breakdown and have encouraging everybody to keep giving so that all the gains we have made, all the efforts we have put in will not be seen as entirely effort and wasted. So I hope I've answered the question. Thank you very much, Mom. I very much enjoyed your presentation. I just want to add something to my Rotarian sister. Sometimes when the job is seen as the job of everybody believes that somebody will do it, and it ends up being done by nobody. So when you ask that question, you want to put the basket in front of someone, but we can't treat polio like that. The way we are going to keep treating polio is like it is the responsibility of all of us. Until everybody is ready to do what anyone can do. That's the only time you can be sure that the job will not be left undone. When you see it as your responsibility, and I see it as my responsibility, we will be approaching from different angles. You might be donating. That will be your angle. But there are other people that are willing to go on the field. The number of paid hands are not enough. That's the truth. And this is where we, as Rotarians, can come in. I keep asking the question. I remember asking this at the last conference. When there is routine immunization, how many Rotarians step out of the comfort zone of their homes just to supervise those working within your own estate? You don't even have to go far. But come out of your house, buy glosses, work with them, encourage them. If you see how happy those paid workers are, when they see a volunteer coming to work with them, honestly, you will come out every day, every time there's an obra or there's a routine immunization. When you give back to a child, you own that child completely, isn't it? That's how Rotarians should treat polio eradication. The idea for polio to be eradicated in the world was a Rotary idea. But because we can't do it alone, we needed partners and we sought partners. And then WHO was there. Bill and Melinda Gates joined later. Many people joined later. But Yorubas have a saying. The owner of the road that you are helping to grow should carry it at the point where it's best. And that is where you and I fall. So let's not wait to say who is responsible. Let's see it as our joint responsibility. You cannot donate $1,000. Please donate 100. You cannot do 100 to $10. The rate this month is 1,362. That's just 13,620. So do 13,620. You must have done something. But please, I beg Rotarians, come out. That's field work is where I have most challenge when it comes to polio. We just don't come out. And then some people who come out the first time. As soon as they finish that one, they posted the picture on their social media platform. It's a very good thing to do because it's creating awareness. But the following day, we are not coming out. They will tell you, I walked yesterday. I'm not walking again today. Those who are new, you are paid, they do it 4 days back to back. And oftentimes, if you have no more, you still work on it 5. So I just want to beg you, if you don't take anything away from this seminar, this is the table. The responsibility for these lapses that WHO is reporting lies with all of us. We must join hands to change this picture. Thank you.
Thank you for your lecture. I look forward to a community where polio will be eradicated. I also look forward to a situation where all these people that are refusing to be vaccinated will be the ones asking for vaccinations. Now, what we are doing here is talk. And when we speak to these people, to them it's boring. The lady from UNICEF talked about fields. And that theme on the football career of that little boy, I think such kind of things will impose it more on them. So I want to encourage UNICEF, World Health Organization and all to channel some of these funds to these fields. And they should, how do I call it? They should translate these films to the languages of these. And I think that way we'll be able to capture more for vaccinations and immunizations. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mine is a question. You talked about some people moving from who have the virus, moving from one place to other, with increasing spread. Now, I also have this observation that there are some persons that say this vaccine they are giving are not, don't take it. It means that person has also given to this place. Because like the first speaker said that some person will only take it because they know you, that you are not. Now, this person that maybe the environment respected is not saying this thing is not good. It means people that believe in that person will not take it. Now, my question goes this: if any law that the WHO how that can be used to control this people, thank you.
Hot question. Hot question.
Thank you very much, man. I have a question, there are plans around people not complying with the all these health attendants when you get to the level of the vaccination. Was a woman that I met that said there was a time that they were measles outbreak, and though the community they do not believe in vaccination or injection, but they manage the community. And they were just telling people to come to the hospital that they are not doing their injections, they are not doing this, they are not doing. But in one way or the other, all those people that are affected were being vaccinated and they were able to get place. Now, in this situation, people that are dodging or they don't want their to get this, how do they handle it?
Okay, thank you for your question. So I'll go with the first speaker. First of all, the schedule does not make. Is a partner. The government makes the rules. It is the duty of the government to say this is what we want. But at the same time, there's a human rights angle of it. You cannot force, just put force on any individual. But what the government can do is to put laws in place and prosecute those who go against the laws, especially when it concerns parents. Because a child, until the child is 18 and above, that child becomes an adult and can take decisions. Any child below 18 is a minor. So when a minor is concerned, it is the parent that should be held responsible if there's anything that happens to that child. We've seen cases in the north. I remember Kano in those days. I remember a man who was being used to go from place to place to preach about how the virus, the vaccine is, because he was one of those who was refusing until his son came down with paralysis. So we have people like that. So for people who move around, you can't stop anybody. This is Nigeria. People from outside the country, from endemic countries, from Afghanistan and Pakistan, everybody is welcome. There's freedom of movement. But what we can do is try to change the way they reason. When we have campaigns, we try to recruit people who live in that area. Because if you see a familiar face coming to immunize your child, you will agree. Well, we work on stakeholders to change their mindset. The program works with religious institutions, social institutions, everybody. They work with everybody, opinion leaders, women leaders. Meetings are held before every round for them to tell their people that there's nothing wrong with the vaccines. But we still have people who refuse. It's a matter of time. Just have to keep trying and trying. You can't force people. Usually there's a saying that people only learn from experience. If that man had agreed, his child will not be a god, because I saw the child, then it was about 7 years. By now he's a grown man and he's unable to walk. So, so I think I've answered the second question too. Okay, the two questions are similar, right? All right. Did I answer the question? All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. While the presentation is going on, I want to recall all applause. Anytime there's an announcement for organization coming up, let's start to first identify ourselves with our respective local governments. When you get to the local government, seek for the MOH, that's medical officer for health, the health educator, and the LIO. So when you start the training, well, on behalf of the chairman of the local committee, it's my pleasure to present this to you. Thank you very much for coming, and we'll enjoy it. Thank you very much. Okay, so while thanking the research of population, our next speaker is from the Lagos. This will be yes. So our next speaker is the Lagos State Immunization Officer. So let's appreciate that. Just like I was saying earlier, let's identify ourselves, even without the net, don't take it. Let's all close, identify ourselves with our local government NOH. That's the mental health for health, the LIO, that's the local immunization officer, and the health educator. These are the important contacts that all laws should have in their database. So anytime there is an immunization coming up, you need to associate ourselves with them. And also the trainings, how close to the level to have representatives, because our duties is to monitor immunization. And one way and there's no immunization coming up. No, we need to identify ourselves from people in the local government. This is everything else. 29580 should be should be that this. Please go and check out the car.
I Bushudiru Akemi, the State Monetization Officer for Lagos State. I think a whole lot of my presentation has been taken by the previous presenter, and some things that were said by Yayawu about our own participation in polio eradication and reduction of zero-dose children in Lagos State, in our community. This is part of the things I have captured in my own presentation. We've been told what polio means, we've been told how to eradicate polio, we've been told about the body of polio. Also been told about zero dose. So my presentation focuses on polio, but more on routine immunization and zero dose children. Okay, so the topic, polio and zero dose children, breaking the cycle of missed children. We talked about missed children, zero dose, missed opportunities for immunization. So we'll break it down. Next slide, please. So why are we talking about zero dose children? And we're talking about zero dose with polio eradication because we need to reach all children who are most likely to be missed. And some children are repeatedly missed by both routine immunization and vaccination campaigns. For those of us that go out during campaigns, you see that you actually miss those children, some of those missed. And you're not missing them because some of them were not at home, some of them were probably not at home. Some it's because of vaccine hesitancy, to be understand. And I'm sure we talked about vaccine hesitancy as well. Yeah. So as of February 2026, Nigeria had an estimated 1,071,975 zero-dose children in Nigeria. And then for Lagos State, we account for the highest body of zero-dose children as 120,512 children. Source is DHIS2. I would say we're getting there, we're doing better because as at Q4 of 2025, we had over 200,000 children that zero dose. But as at February 2026, we have just 120,512 children that have not had Penta 1. Do we know what Penta 1 is? Penta. Yes. DPT. Who knows? DPT. Immunization schedule, do we know the immunization schedule?
Yeah.
We know DPT because we know that we had DPT in those days before Penta now came in. DPT, diphtheria, pet.
The children. First month.
6 weeks to 14 weeks. Yes. So you have Penta 1 at or DPT 1 then at 6 weeks, DPT 2 at 10 weeks, then DPT 3 at 14 weeks. Now we have 2 more antigens. We have the hepatitis B vaccine aside the DPT, and we also have the Haemophilus influenza vaccine in it, which makes it 5 antigens currently. So the children will get their hepatitis B at birth. So if they meet the birth dose, they are supposed to go at 6 weeks to get Penta, which already has hepatitis B vaccine. So zero dose children are concentrated in understaffed, urban, and hard to reach, and vaccine hesitant communities. An example, Makoko. Anybody that immunizes or goes to Makoko will know that it is an underserved community. And some places in Epe like Mayure, you have Olugo, Kere, those places that you need extra logistics like this. They are one of those underserved communities because how do you reach those communities? Alright. Okay, we move to the next slide. The previous. Okay, so identifying and reaching these children is critical to interrupting polio transmission and strengthening routine immunization. And every zero dose child found is an opportunity to close an immunity gap and leave unprotected. I'm sure she mentioned that if one child is infected with polio, can infect over 200 children. She mentioned that because if one child in a community is infected with the polio virus, can infect all about 200 children in that community. Our children go to school. Can say, oh, I don't want my child vaccinated. And they go to schools. They put things on the floor. They mix with each other. And polio is true people oral routes. We know that. So how are we going to protect our children within our confines if they go to school? Do you understand? So you only know the status of your own child. You cannot say that you know the status of that child your children are going to mix with when they go out of your own place, your own house. Next slide, please. So who is a zero-dose child? Generally, we would say a child that has never been vaccinated. Do you understand? But for monitoring process, for operational process, we use a particular antigen and a particular schedule, which is Penta 1. So for Gavi now helps us with the definition by saying that, yes, all children should be vaccinated. That's what we all say. But if a child is not vaccinated, we'll say that child is a zero-dose child. But for operational definition, we say that a child that has not received Penta 1 and by the end of the first year of life. However, in Nigeria, we are moved to the second year of life for vaccination. And vaccination is from 0 to 23 months currently. And we know we have measles too, right? Do we know? When you get, now we move to MR. Are we aware of that?
Yeah.
Measles rubella. Okay, so from when the child gets MR at 9 months, the child is meant to actually get MR at 15 months. However, the current schedule says that a child will get MR, that's measles rubella vaccine, at 9 months, and measles 2, measles containing, only measles containing, at 15 months. Reason, it's not because of the schedule, it's not like that's how the schedule is supposed to be, but because we need to mop up all the measles vaccines in the country. We have measles vaccines that still came in as at last year, while we were trying to move to measles rubella. So we need to mop up all those measles vaccines in country. So measles rubella for phase 1, first dose, and then measles continuing for second dose. On for all the measles vaccines in the state. And then from next year, we'll be moving to measles rubella first dose and measles rubella for second dose. Are we together? Okay, so in the Nigerian context, as I said, any child that is for under 2 years that has not been vaccinated is also considered zero dose. And then a child that's less than 5 years can also be considered zero dose for polio vaccine. If the implementers come to your household now and you see a child, probably a child migrated from another country, another state, and that child is under 5 years, right? And the child has never had NOPV or POPV. That child is a zero dose for that antigen. Do you get me? The penta is for operational definition, okay? But for any antigen that child has not had, that child is zero dose for that antigen. Do you understand? That's the first contact that child is having with that antigen. Are we together? So, zero dose children often have little or no contact with routine immunization. The goal is not only to identify them. When we identify them, what's the next thing? We are supposed to vaccinate them and ensure that they continue with their routine immunization so as to prevent them from vaccine preventable diseases. Next slide, please. So, who is a missed child? A missed child is an eligible child who was not vaccinated during an opportunity when vaccinated should have occurred. The child may have been absent when the team arrived. The household may not have been visited, or the settlement may have been overlooked. We see this, right, during our polio campaigns. When they get to a household, there are questions that our implementers are supposed to ask. I hope you know that. When you get to this household, how many children are eligible under 5 years? Some of them, they will just vaccinate all the children that they see. All the under 5 years that they see. They will not ask any question. Whether a child is sleeping inside or a child went outside to do something, if that child is not captured, that child is already a missed child. And you know what our team members do? You know, there's this way we do our house marking. They'll just put, they saw only 5 children. The actual eligible number of children in that household is 8. They'll just put 5 over 5. You, as a supervisor, you get there. And the funny thing is, our mothers, our caregivers are very funny. Oh. It is you that is a supervisor that they will tell what actually happened. The team, when they came, this child was sleeping inside. Because by the time you do a sample, you see that child's finger was not marked. And why is this child not vaccinated? And when they came, this child was not sleeping inside. Didn't they ask? And then he asked, you tell them. And then he asked, and I didn't tell them. And that child is already missed. Do you understand? We just finished the brand. So these are things that we even see on the field. So the household may have also been missed. They'll just look at, another thing, like in my house, they are now eligible children. But before, they were not eligible children. Some of our team members will just go, we have been coming to this household for the past 5 years. Don't know if landlord has taken a new tenant that has babies soon. They've not had eligible children. There's not eligible. And they will go. So that household is missed. Do you understand? So the caregiver may have refused vaccination. We've seen this a lot on the field, a lot of vaccine hesitancies. We try as much as possible to convince them. Even our vaccinators, they are just community members. How much knowledge do they have about this vaccine? How much knowledge can they pass on to the caregiver and tell the mother, oh, this is good for your child? Do they know about type 1, type 2, type 3, wild polio virus? Do they know the implication of these children not getting vaccinated? They don't. That's all. Don't have the basic knowledge that they should have. Do you understand? And well, we would fall that because we would say that maybe the quality of training again, but then the quality of the individuals that you get for the program. How many people are willing to come and get 12,000 for 4 days? I'll give you an example of our movie. In a particular riverine settlement, you have those that are dredgers. These guys that they make serious money on daily basis. Those are the people you want to call, and then you have fishermen, you have women that sell fishes. Those are the people you want to come and take 12,000 for 4 days as logistics. And then maybe 40,000 naira for implementation. That's about 20. Money that they can make in a day. We tell them to come and make it for 6 days. Except they are truly committed. So most times you will get people from outside the communities who are working in those communities. So it's kind of hard. But you know that if we have this community participation, community involvement, you have them really willing to take it up, would have more would reduce vaccine hesitancy in those communities. But some of them they feel like, in fact, an example is Tabon Tabon in Ifako, Tabon Tabon ward. The Hausa community told us that they paid them to get their children vaccinated in the north. That we in Lagos State, we've collected the money, we've spent it in Lagos State, and we are not giving them money to get their children vaccinated. Hence, they are not going to allow our teams vaccinate their children. Some of our team members have to take out money from their pocket to buy pluses. How much are you paying that implementer that is taking out money from her pocket to buy pluses? Pluses are gifts and sweets and all those things we give them to get children vaccinated. It's just commitment, basically. So the team that have faced access, the team that have faced access, security, mobility, a lot. I was in Idioro. I'm sure Stephen was there too. I was in Idioro and I saw things that are still traumatizing. It was, can't say it all, but it was just not an accessible community due to security. You stay too long there, anything can happen. And those are the places that are implementers built to get children vaccinated. I did not go into the settlements. I went to just where they had their temporary fixed posts. Imagine the health workers, the implementers going through, completely. And they had a lot of children that were not immunized. They were not taking their children for immunization. A lot of children they were not getting a lot of caregivers were not taking their children for immunization. You could even see the type of people that actually live there to know if they will even have time to take a child. They have a lot of children, they just give birth and they do a lot. We shouldn't say so much. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so not every missed child has the same problem. Like I've said, some of them is just access, can't reach the child. Do you understand? Some of them is just availability. The caregiver is not around. And you know that if a caregiver is not around, you can't vaccinate that child. If anything happens to that child, you will hold that person responsible. So you have to get consent from the caregiver before you can vaccinate that child. So if the caregiver is not around, you can't access that child. Acceptance, they are refusing vaccination. So it's a different issue for a different caregiver and different household and settlement system. The child or settlement is not identified, tracked, or followed up effectively. Yes, for a particular word during this IBRA activity, we've identified some words that we thought, or settlements that we thought were actually under Ogun State in June, and they were actually under Lagos State. So those settlements have been missed over time, but now they've been identified and they're actually under Lagos State. So we have commenced vaccination in those settlements. However, in the previous rounds, those children have been missed. And they have new settlements also springing up. People are moving to those areas, living there, and then, yes, now we've identified those ones. We'll put them in our micro plan and they'll be captured under that LG and under Lagos State. Next slide, please. So we have, where are zero dose and unimmunized children? Where do we have zero dose and unimmunized children in our communities? We live in different communities. For me, I live in Ojudu, and I can tell you that at the back of Ojudu, I'm sure that we have a lot of zero dose children there. We have a lot of unimmunized children there. In your own community, where are they? Where are they? I'm sure that some of us will just pass by these children walking on the road. We don't even ask them for their immunization status. We don't. For us, maybe because we are health workers and we are in the immunization program and we also have to conduct supplemental immunization activities or routine immunization or outreach. That's why we are also that committed. But as individuals, however, as Rotary, I would believe that we would be doing that. So informal and underserved settlements, those are find serious and unionized children, migrants and mobile populations. I hope you know we have a lot of migrants in Lagos State.
Yeah.
We even have Fulani settlements. Newly identified Fulani settlements last year in Epe, in Ibetrun, new ones. They were identified during OPR November and December round. And these people are new migrants, they just came into the state. They are there. And they don't get their children vaccinated. It takes a lot of convincing. Yeah, the picture has that, but they were one of those that identified settlements for our LGBs. So, riverine fishing and remote communities, like I said before, the riverine communities, they have a lot of children there in those underserved communities. Unplanned settlements, we've talked about those ones. Insecure and difficult to access areas. In the north, they conduct either the rest approach or the block approach. The block approach is more like hit and run. They go into the community, people vaccinate. Even during this Libra, we had a lot of, I think yesterday, the SIO for Bauchi was reporting a kidnap that the kidnappers wrote to a community where they were implementing, and then they told them that they were going to come and kidnap, and then everybody ran away, but some were still left behind. And they still kidnapped one person in a community. Oyo also reported, in fact, that there was, even in Oyo State, I think Actival LGA or so. Yes. They are implementing just one LGA and 10 words. But in one of those words, there was a recent kidnapping. And I remember last year during the MR campaign, some of the implementers were actually killed. In Imo State, an implementer was killed. In Oyo State as well, and an implementer was kidnapped. So we all go through a lot on the field, especially for those people that have high risk settlements. So it's a lot, and we have so that insecurity is the whole lot. We don't have so much of those issues in Lagos State when it comes to insecurity. We just have miscreants and touts showing themselves. But outside Lagos, markets, motor parks, and other highly mobile settings, communities with high vaccine hesitancy. Let's like this. The cycle of obese child. What's the cycle? Are we together, please? A child is born. After that child is born, we link that child to routine immunization. From the facility, they take BCG, OPV0, HPV. That child is already linked to immunization. Then the child misses vaccination, and then the child becomes, you know that at first, once they're in the facility, even in TPAs, we go as far as immunizing in TPAs. We go to TPAs to vaccinate children. Then they give them BCG, HPV0, OPV0. Then after that, traditional birth attendance. Traditional birth attendance. Okay, so we go there to get these babies vaccinated. So after we bring this child to routine immunization, afterwards, by 6 weeks that this child is supposed to go for Penta 1, child misses it. Child automatically is zero for a nice child. Then again, we miss the child during campaign. And the child remains unprotected and is missed again. And then the same pattern continues unless we deliberately break this cycle. So how do we break this cycle? How? How can we break this cycle of serial dose and unimmunized children? Except we follow up with immunization for these children. Next slide. So how does this affect the community? We have a lot of vaccine preventable diseases, even measles. As at this year, we had almost 0.001 case of measles outbreak in Lagos State. How? We had a major campaign in 2024. We had a major campaign in 2024, and afterwards, although we had measles and yellow fever campaign in 2024, and a whole lot of children were vaccinated. And afterwards, we did have a serious measles outbreak in Lagos State. We've not been able to report that. The only report, the only outbreak we had is cholera. We had cholera, we had diphtheria outbreak. In fact, currently we have a diphtheria case that's emanated from, emerged from Oshope, and that child is in the University of Ilorin Teaching Hospital. This year, we had it, and last year, we had a lot of diphtheria cases. And you know, diphtheria is linked to immunization. With DPT, are we together? That's the parental vaccine. And we're still talking about immunity. It means that a lot of these children are not getting penta, and we're coming down with diphtheria outbreak. Campaigns and emergency responses increase program costs. It increases program costs and affect the community. Children already facing social and economic barriers can become further disadvantaged, and the system these children can weaken confidence in the health system. Next slide, please. The polio connector. How is it connected to zero dose? So polio eradication requires reaching children who are easiest to overlook. The same communities may experience weak routine immunization, missed campaign visits, and poor follow-up. Polio activities can identify zero dose, under-immunized, and defaulter children. Do you know that we conduct defaulters tracking at the health facilities? Are you aware? Do you visit the health facilities in your community as Rotarians? We know this. I think you should. We do. Yeah, we conduct defaulters tracking. We look at the register, we call those that are defaulted and find out if they are still within that community. And maybe because of one thing or the other, maybe logistics, they can't come to the health facility. We capture those settlements, we capture them under the outreaches, and we take vaccination to their community. Take to your doorstep. Yeah, we don't conduct house-to-house routine immunization vaccination yet. But in those communities, we take vaccines to them. Okay, so routine immunization can prevent children from becoming repeatedly missed, and campaign findings should therefore strengthen routine immunization planning. Polio and zero dose reduction are connected to the same missed children. Next slide, please. All right, so how do we break the circle? First, we identify where the zero dose and non-immunized children live. Where do the zero dose and non-immunized children live in your community? Rotarians. Where? I believe that if we actually visit our health facility, we'll be able to answer some of these questions and work with the officers in charge. Understand, determine why they remain unvaccinated. There was a report by Punch from Alibosho LG. They went into the communities, they went to interview the caregivers. You know, we identify Ikorodu and Alibosho as the LG with the highest burden of zero dose in Lagos State. So they went into Alibosho last year, they did some interviews, and they found out that the majority of these children are actually in Alibosho, the Jego area to be precise. They went there, they interviewed them and found out that they were working class mothers. They were market women. They were not ready to leave their ways or their jobs to get their children vaccinated. So in that wise, we also came together in that community with them to tell them that, oh, we can actually conduct evening vaccination and we can conduct weekend vaccinations. The problem is solved, right? So reach shows a strategy that matches the barrier. Like I said, they cannot leave their ways and get their children vaccinated. we provide a strategy, evening vaccination or weekend vaccination. Do you understand? So we have provided a strategy to break that barrier. So vaccinate, provide polio and routine vaccines according to the child needs. And then follow up, keep the child connected to routine immunization. Next slide, please. How do we find a child? Update and basically we validate microplans. Like I mentioned earlier, we have microplans. In our microplans, we have the list of settlements captured, list of health facilities, of churches, list of mosques, list of schools, the the total population, the target population, the map of the catchment area, and then the list of settlements. You can identify the target population from each of these settlements, and you can tell if these children exist in those settlements. Then map all settlements, including new and informal settlements, and then use facilities like importance and outreach records. Use community informants and trusted leaders. We have some community informants that work with us. Independent monitoring and missed child information. Do not rely only on population estimates. Who knows that the population we use in Nigeria currently is 2006 NPOC data? That's what we're still using to estimated total population. That's what we are still using till date. So it's an estimated total population. We don't have the actual target, we just keep estimating. In some states in Nigeria, they have done what we call IP, which is identify and enumerate. They have gone from household to household to identify the number of persons living in those households, to identify the number of eligible children under 5 years in those households, the number of children 9 months to 14 years living in those households. They identify by each age range the number of persons living in each household. So they can actually tell for a fact that, oh, we have 10 children eligible. If they are conducting LIBRA now or OPR or NIPS, they can tell you that they have 9 eligible children here. And you know that those 9 eligible children should be vaccinated, but we are still using estimated targets. So what also conduct IP very soon. Next slide, please. Reaching out to reach communities. Conduct detailed access mapping before the activity. Engage local leaders, guides, use outreach or mobile teams where appropriate. Plan transport and logistics according to the terrain. Like if you're going to a variety settlement, of course, you know that to plan. You're going to have to reach that. We have some that are hilly places, we have some that are sandy places, like home or before. Yes, it's very sandy, so you need 4-wheel drives to get to places like that, those communities. Plan pre-position vaccines and essential supplies, coordinate security arrangements where required, like places like Tabo. And then combine polio vaccination with routine immunization opportunities. Next slide, please. Reaching mobile population to understand where and when populations will use flexible vaccination hours and appropriate vaccination points. Vaccinate at transit gatherings. We don't just vaccinate from house to house. Vaccinate at mobile and transit points like water parks, malls. Anyway, each community representatives bring children to civilization at their destination and keep records for follow-up. Next slide, please. Communities with high vaccine hesitancy, what can we really do about them? We can just keep engaging. Listen to the concern before responding. Some of them, like I said, they said it's because of money. So we just need to tell them that, oh, there is no money, and explain to them, because yes, I'll be planning and I actually saw that. They get paid. I saw that. So there's a funding for that, but it doesn't cut across all the states, even if the north. It's just in a few states. Do you understand? So we can always explain that to them as well. And then tell them, well, majorly tell them the benefits of immunization, not focus on the money parts. And identify whether the issue is information, fear, distrust, previous experience, or community friend. Previous experience, it could be because of ADFI. ADFI is adverse event following immunization. It could be that the child got vaccinated or the older sibling got vaccinated, and then there was a reaction So the mother has said, no, I won't bring my child for vaccinations or any of my children for vaccinations. So you need to be able to identify why they are hesitant. Distrust, like the Benin Republic folks will say that everything we have here is fake. Our medicines are fake, our vaccine is fake, everything is fake. So they'd rather go back to Benin Republic by water, get their vaccinations done, get their drugs, then come back. We don't believe in anything that Nigeria has to offer. So it's full, respectful and accurate information, engage trusted religious, traditional and community leaders, use separate repeated dialogue rather than one-off mobilization. It's keep dialogue, just keep to it until they are ready to adhere to whatever we want to do. Record refusals and ensure they are followed up. Next slide, please. What we should not do, don't argue with caregivers. If they say no, Dr. Chineye said, she said if they say no, can't force them. Do you understand? You can just encourage and you can try to convince them together. You can't force them. So do not shout, threaten or dismiss concerns. I think that's more for our implementers. Once they say no, you see that implementers they start shouting and threatening sometimes this brings more resistance. Do not label communities as simply difficult or resistant. Do not use technical language that caregivers do not understand, and then do not keep sending things back without understanding the underlying concern. We keep sending people back, go there. Is a community with vaccine hesitancy. Why are they hesitating? Why do they not want to get their children? We don't want to identify the problem. We just want our things to be going there. They will go sit down. They will come back and tell you that they will not agree and come back. Next time. Use the community to find the community. Community members can identify new settlements. Yes, mobile families, newborns, and this out. That's why most times for our immunization activities, we use community mobilizers from within those settlements. They are our gatekeepers. They are the only ones that can give you access. Remember when I was in Polio, when I went to supervision with Shomo, the community mobilizer for that barracks in Petro was changed. And then we realized that when you changed that community mobilizer, there was a lot of hesitancy amongst the households. They said they wanted that woman. She was not removed totally, she was sent to work somewhere else. In the middle of the campaign, we had to bring her back. And then there was acceptability. So you have to use known faces, you have to use people that they can trust. So community leaders can explain local consent and identify trusted influencers. Religious and traditional leaders can support dialogue and acceptance. Environmental health, market groups, women groups, and youth groups can help reach underserved communities, and community members should be partners and not just recipients. They should be partners, they should be working with us, not just recipients or whatever we're bringing. There should be community participation and involvement. Next slide, please. Use polio activities to strengthen routine immunization. During polio activities, identify scenarios and under immunized children. Ask whether the child is up to date with routine immunization. Refer or link children to the appropriate RI service. Update facility registers and defaulters tracking. Use missed child findings to improve out and follow up identified children after the campaign. Next slide, please. The role of the health facility identifies those children with the catchment area, maintain accurate immunization registers and reporters, plan outreach research, track children who need appointments, engage community health workers and community structures, review missed opportunities and barriers to service use, and ensure vaccination services are consistently available. Next slide, please. The role of the LGA team, they analyze these roles, validate money plans, they prioritize settlements, support targeted outreach and appropriate operational strategies, strengthen supporting supervision, address access, security, logistics and community engagement barriers, and they also ensure campaign findings are translated into implementation actions. Next slide. So a practical approach to difficult communities. Before, what you do before you understand the community, identify leaders, assess access, and plan logistics. you have to identify the gatekeepers of those communities. You can't just enter a community. You know, Yoruba will say, I've missed it. They say you cannot go into the king's, I don't know, I give help without, come out your bar or something like that. Thank you very much, sir. Just enter their communities without speaking with them. Then do use appropriate community members, engage households, document these children and reasons, then after you visit these households. Next slide, please. Then let's make these studies. There are questions that supposed to go to people. Okay, so 5 things we can do immediately: update the map, identify those children, classify the barrier, develop a targeted response, and then follow up. Next slide. So how do we know that we are succeeding? We have those children that fewer repeatedly these settlements, improved reducing immunization uptake, better defaulters tracking, improved community, better engage, and then fewer children are left behind. Next slide. Next slide. So the closing message: the child living in a difficult to access settlement counts. Every child counts. The child in a migrant community counts. The child whose caregiver is hesitant counts. The child who was absent when he visited counts. The child who has never visited a health facility counts. The child repeatedly missed during campaign counts. Next slide. So what's the take-home message? We find them, we understand them, we reach them, we vaccinate them, then we follow up on them. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Thank you. That's state immunization officer. Yes. I'm now more please, when you have a question, just note it and give it to us in. Definitely answer the question, please. Want to appreciate. While doing that, our next speaker is going to be a great one. It's going to be very, very great. Our next speaker is PVT Shagat Sani from 9127. And then he's talking his the practices in polio eradication and advocacy strategy. But before then, he's presenting the speaker. He's also applied.
So thank you, madam. We had your presentation, and that was quite enlightening. Though it was very technical for us, and I believe many people have taken a lot, from it. We appreciate, the contribution, of the state government facilitator of this, program. So please give up all your doing. We'll always continue to appreciate it. Thank you. I present this to you on behalf of the Nigerian National Polio team. In this is 9111 and 9110. Congratulations.
That's the best practices in polio eradication advocacy strategy.
You're telling me, 15 minutes. Okay. Let's do the MC and the vice chairman of the Nigerian National Polio Committee. Distinguished Rotarians that are here, It's really my pleasure to be here with you this afternoon. I just learned that I'm going to be given 15 minutes when I have the other lady speaking for almost 1 hour. And yesterday I told the Nigerian National Polio Plus Committee, who brought me all the way, from Kano, and kept me watching them speak without me being on the program. And I realized what they were doing was actually torturing me, because for a lecturer to be kept watching some other people talking, for a whole day, that is nothing but shared torture. So I'll try and abridge this because it is in my interest to do that. Why? Because I have a flight to catch. And I'm fortunate that it was rescheduled. So that's why I'm a little bit, relaxed. My name is Sagar Sani Ahmed, but generally greet as Sagar Ahmed. I'm a Rotary Club from Pi in Kano. And my club, Rotary Club of Mumbai, was started in 1984. Yes. It was started by the premier Rotary Club in Nigeria, that is Rotary Club of Kano. And I joined the club in 1997. At the time I joined the club, the polio eradication initiative was actually at its height because of the rejection of vaccines that were there on the ground. I served as district governor in the great year, that is 2023, 2024. And I recall that in that same year, District 9125 was my district, became restricted to District 9126 and 9127. Just like District 9110 was restricted into District 9111 and 9112 in that same year. So for that reason, I had my classmates in this District 9110, Ifi AJTA, who will be nicknamed as the mother of governors. And on the other hand, they made me the father of governors. So I want to appreciate all of you, but specifically I want to appreciate the CHOP presidents, the Create Hope presidents that are here. Will I see the Create Hope president here by raise of hand? Oh, but that is really a sad thing. Because all of us that are here today are people that are really Rotarians. Why are you really Rotarians? Because you are interested in the number one Rotary priority project, which is the eradication of polio. If you were not, I don't think you will have been seated, up to this time, listening, to the presentations. Even though I can see some people in the background talking and chatting, maybe those are not interested. What they want is just to come here and show their presence. I hope they heard me. So we all agree that the number one priority project of Rotary is polio eradication. I believe that is no question. There is no question on that. So in this paper, best practices in polio eradication and advocacy strategy at this seminar, we're going to capture, a number of things. But in the same manner, we're going to try to make it at the learning seminar, whereby we'll have the learning objectives. At the end of the day, I want to know from you whether you have really picked on those learning objectives. Please, I want some good attention, coming here. Next slide, please. I believe most of you will have known what that is. That is the iron lung. What was the remedy for people that had total collapse of their lungs and other organs by virtue of being polio victims? And at that time, there was no vaccine, And as we all know, polio does not have a cure. Please, those who are not interested in polio eradication should please excuse us. I can see the people who are not interested in having lunch. The lady in blue. So at that time, that is before the vaccine was invented, when one is afflicted by polio and had a very serious infection and got the organs failing, the iron lung is ultimately, the remedy. What happens in the iron lung, because the organs have failed, is to pump in a lot of oxygen so that one will be able to get enough oxygen within that period that that person is afflicted to survive. Just recently, the last patient who was living in an iron lung, died. And that patient died at 78. And he has been in the iron lung since the age of 4. So the poliomyelitis, that disease was really a very devastating disease for the world. And again, as we know, poliomyelitis was actually more prevalent in temperate climates because that is where, the virus is able to survive. You all know the virus is also just like a strain of the COVID, we had, which gave a lot of issues, in the temperate climates, but we had less impact of it here. Same applied to that. Now along the line, the injectable vaccine was invented, and subsequently, the oral polio vaccine was invented. And when that happened, a club in the Philippines, seeing that with the oral polio vaccine, you don't need medical personnel to be able to administer, the polio vaccine, they now decided to apply for a global grant, which at that time was called what? Who can tell me that? What was the precursor name of global grants? All right, you shortened it. It was called the 3H grant. What is 3H? Hunger, Health, and Humanity grants. So they applied for a 3H grant at that time, and that was, where the Rotary started its commitment in the polio eradication. Because when they mapped out the particular area they had, and they got the global grant, Rotarians went out. Everything that is being done by the partners today was done by Rotarians to see the total eradication of polio within that environment. And they were successful. With that success, in 1985, Rotary launched its program, the Polio Plus program, which was a global initiative, to eradicate polio across the globe. We set out to do this in order, to replicate what was done with smallpox by eradicating the smallpox. So when we're able to eradicate polio, it will be the second, infectious disease that was eradicated completely, in the world. Next slide. So you can see that is the oral polio vaccine being brought. But before, Rotary was able to start the GPI, that's the Global Polio Eradication Initiative. It of course could go into advocacy, which we're going to discuss later what it is, trying to get, the influencers in the world to join, in this wondrous activity. And that's what they did by getting the United Nations involved. They were able to now become the founding member. That is our organization, Rural International, was able to become the founding member of the Global Polio Eradication Initiative. And the continued involvement, Rotary continues to play a crucial role, as we know even as of today, on polio eradication. Therefore, if polio is eradicated, all of us here in this hall can claim when it is published in the papers that I was the one who did this. You know, because that reminds me of a young man who in their city a new bridge was built, and then it was reported in the news that over 1,000 people crossed that bridge that opening day, and he was one of them. So he went celebrating that he's in the news today. So we'll all be in the news, you know, on eradicating polio. Next slide, please. With that little break, we will look at the learning objectives, you know, for this, you know, seminar. I'm going to rush it a bit. I wish we didn't have to rush so that we'll be able to digest, you know, properly these learning objectives. And the first one is to understand the most important indices for the polio eradication initiative. Number two, be informed of Rotary polio eradication structure. And this is very important because I see many Rotarians, and there are Rotarians that are quite vast, I would say, that I believe are very vast, who will start thinking of the Rotary structure of the projects or whatever in the same way that we are used to, that is the structure, official structure in offices. So I think we will briefly touch on that. And then we will, number three, identify the good practices in the campaign to eradicate polio. Number four, we'll be conversant with the advocacy strategies in polio eradication. While number five, will be to be informed on the goal funding of the polio eradication initiative. It is very important that we try to, you know, follow, you know, these issues, even though we may not go in that same sequence. Now, the Rotary polio structure. We are all aware of the Nigerian National Polio Plus Committee. But what is the aim of the Nigerian National Polio Plus Committee? Sometimes I hear that, you know, polio chairs in the clubs, you know, think they are members of the Nigerian National Polio Plus Committee. They think that the Nigerian National Polio Plus Committee has nothing to do with them. Actually, even district Rotary Polio Plus chairs, you know, sometimes have this misgiving. But the Nigerian National Polio Plus Committee is actually like the country committee of Rotary on the polio eradication initiative. That means if you have the country league, you know, of all the other partners, it is our own country league, that is the chairman of the Nigerian National Polio Plus Committee, that will sit on behalf of Rotary in that impact. But it says that as a body, all Rotary polio related advocacy, accountability, and implementation strategies across Nigeria. It aligns local clubs and international grants with the Global Polio Eradication Initiative. That is the government health ministries, you know, and agencies like the World Health Organization, WHO, and the United Nations Children's Fund UNICEF to coordinate the surveillance, funding, and community vaccination. Of course, we know it is headed by the chairman, and currently the chairman is PDG Joshua Hassan. Now, I'll tell you a little thing about PDG Joshua Hassan. I mentioned earlier that I joined my club in 1997. In 1998, I joined in December. It means half year into that year. In 1998, that is 1998, 6 months thereabouts, I joined one man from Yola, from a Rotary club in Yola. You know, one man that is really endowed with height. called Joshua Hassan. Became the district governor. He was the district governor for 1998, 1999. So I rightly say that he is my first district governor. Because in the first two district governor I joined Rotary while his predecessor was on. I'm always trying to emulate him, but not like anyway. The next in the structure is the Rotary International Districts. And of course, these are the administrative districts, by each led by a district governor. So, Nigeria National Polio Plus Committee is only in terms of relating with districts in Nigeria. So it will assist the activities of the polio eradication initiative in Nigeria in consonance with the districts, and that is with the district governors. And then we have the clubs, and we all know that the clubs are being administered by the district governor. So you can see the joint. If the districts are not brought into the Nigerian National Polio Plus Committee, or are not, in tandem with the Nigerian National Polio Plus Committee, how will the clubs now be involved in the polio eradication initiative? So this is the connect. Next slide. Now, continuing the structure of Rotary, the polio eradication initiative. I'm only talking about that one that really, concerns us here. I'm not going to the IPPC, and Rotary International, and so on and so forth. In the Region 27, Zone 22. Now, Region Zone 22, and we all know, is all the districts in Africa. Africa is the zone. And there is recently where Africa is going to become two zones, and that will be in the next few years, where we will have now two zones in Africa, because our Rotarian population has increased, and there has been a lobby to ensure that we get two zones. It's not important, because it is the zones that have directors. And why are directors important? Because the directors are sitting on the board of Rotary International. So if Africa has two directors, that means it has two wheels. So it can influence things more. And then the zone itself is now balkanized into regions. We have Region 7, Region 28, and Region 26 in Africa. In Region 27, which is the region we fall into, there are 10 districts. And this district is one of the 6 districts in Nigeria. There is a district in Ghana. There is a district that covers, Sierra Leone, Liberia, and some other countries. And then there are the districts, 2 districts in Egypt. So these are the districts in region 27. And the zonal officers, which are actually regional officers, because the region only has one officer, that is the director. So in that, you have the Rotary Regional Foundation Chair, you have the Rotary Public Image Chair, you have the Rotary Membership Chair, and then you have the end now coordinator. Let us show you the priority level. He has taken the polio eradication too. And Sakar Mohammed, like I told you, for the year 2025-2028, is sitting in as head coordinator for Region 27. But surprisingly, even though I'm now overlooking 10 districts, I am not senior to the chairman of the Nigerian National Committee. I'm actually a son of Just like I'm the servant of all the other 9 districts. So I mean, all the other 4 districts that are out of the. So the structure will be completely different from, the military structure that we have. I actually attribute it to be more like, the structure in a university. When you go to the university, which is one of my vocations, I forgot to mention, you can become a vice chancellor, a director, a deputy vice chancellor, or whatever, through your department. And when you finish your term, you come back to that department. And then once more, will call a meeting. And of course, you have to be there, otherwise, take action for insubordination. Next slide. So, what is a very interesting thing, and it is telling us that we should not, carry on based on the title of offices that we have. Now, best practices are procedures that are accepted or prescribed as being correct and most effective. Let's move on. Hello. And the key points we're going to look at now and the best practices for polio eradication are as follows. Number 1, I had the WHO rep who made a presentation here, talk to us about surveillance. A very important best practice. I'll explain why. And then high immunization coverage. And also number 3 is advocacy, which is community engagement and mobilization. While number 4 is insurance. And number 5, which is actually very key, the major key point is the funding. We were able to understand ourselves. I'm talking now better than when the WHO and the UNICEF people were talking. Because in our own case, it's Rotarians, we're Rotarians to Rotarians. I mean, we understand ourselves more than any other person can understand us. And that is also the same situation I had in the university. Whereby in some quarters, you have servicing lecturers from some other departments. For example, in architecture, which is my classification, you will find a lecturer from engineering now taking some courses. You will always find out that it would be better for architects to take architecture students those courses. Because the architect will understand what they really want, while the engineer will be teaching them about engineering. In any case, we spoke about the issue of surveillance. And what is surveillance? It is the systematic process used by the Global Polio Eradication Initiative, to detect, track, and map polio virus circulation. Can you see why it is very important? If you are not able to track the polio virus circulation, how do you tackle it? It relies on tracking acute classic paralysis, that is the actual result of polio infection, which is acute classic paralysis, that is the paralysis that transpires, which after it has happened, there is no reversal, almost. And testing sewage samples to find and stop the virus before it spreads. Now, the WHO lady and also the state government lady spoke, but I'm not sure that we were able to grasp what they were saying about surveillance. The simple thing is that there are 2 types of surveillance. And one is not, representing the other or replacing the other. They both have to be done concurrently. And the first one, that is the actual acute paralysis, surveillance. That means physically seeing the children who have been affected by polio to the extent of their having paralysis. So you can see that one, it's not It's not any magic. You can see, anybody can see that this child has paralysis. Then the next one is the environmental surveillance. That is testing the sewage, the wastewater, in the environment to see if the virus exists there. Because if the virus exists there, it means that there is a child that is carrying it. Otherwise, it will not be seen in the sewage. And you all know that polio is transmitted through oral fecal. That means from the feces of an infected child, ultimately getting to the mouth of an uninfected child. We will not take time to explain how that happens, but with that environmental surveillance, it tells us that there is a child or children within that environment that have, polio infection. So, like we mentioned in the key points, high immunization coverage. What is that? High immunization coverage is what tells us that we are really achieving, the best practices to eradicate polio. And it is a coverage that means a large target percentage, which typically is set between 90% and 95%, or higher, of a specific population has received the polio vaccine. Please, I want you to remember that those Rotarians in the Philippines, they arranged all this. They were not putting down, in these words, but they were making sure that they see, this effect. But we will see what they did in the future. So this high level of uptake stops the disease from spreading and creates herd immunity to protect vulnerable children. What is herd immunity? As you take the virus, the vaccine, it now actually triggers immunity in the child. And when it triggers that immunity has a way of transferring, to other children that live within the area because they become also immune, to that virus. So that becomes like a herd, like a large herd of animals all moving, together. So that's what we want to achieve actually, is that no child will be infected with the polio. A very important issue is the advocacy. Advocacy is the act of publicly supporting, pleading for, or recommending a specific cause, policy, or idea. That means putting pressure on people that can influence a particular act that we have to achieve, this. And you can see in this picture, President Joe Hassan, placing an air polio on the Minister for Health, Professor Ali Pate, on an advocacy visit. So what is he doing there? He is putting pressure. The minister knows his job to protect the health of all the children, in Nigeria. But President Joshua Hassan and Rotarians were in his office to emphasize on him that this work he was doing really has to continue with more zeal, with more vigor. And that is advocacy. It's the same thing that Rotary International did. Hello, the lady with the red polio cap standing in black. The lady in the red polio cap standing in black. Okay, we thank you for going out. So, he now went along to influence social and political, in this particular case, political, institutional, and give a voice to individuals or groups who cannot speak for themselves. Of course, the children cannot go to the minister and say, please give us vaccine. we want to be immune, from polio. So advocacy becomes a very important thing. Rotary International, when they had the success, of the polio eradication project that they did in the Philippines, they went to the United Nations. And it's for that reason that the advocacy of Rotary went to the point whereby today Rotary has a permanent seat, in the United Nations. And in any case, the advocacy will have strategies. That means ways in which you can implement, advocacy. And this is one of the most important areas that Rotarians have to work on. You see, the issue of being in the field, even if all Rotarians in Nigeria are going to go onto the field, we will not do as much work as the state governments, the federal government,
Yes.
UNICEF, WHO, and other partners are doing. So the manpower we don't have. But we are able to standing in the society, in the community, and we will be able to reach many that others cannot reach. Some are even our friends, and try to impress upon them that is very important that we ensure every effort needs to be placed to eradicate, polio. Next slide. Now the strategies for advocacy. The first one is the insider strategy. And what that means is the direct engagement, like we saw PDG Joshua Hassan doing, which demand along with so many other things. Direct engagement with decision makers through private meetings, expert testimony, and formal policy drafting. This is what actually took Rotary and Rotarians to notable figures like Rebecca Ofo. I believe one of the involvement of Rebecca Ofo in funding, Rotary. I remember at one particular meeting with him, where communities were all struggling to sit in front. I told him that look, he has to understand that communities are actually Rotary chiefs. That they always enter everywhere first of all. Chief that proceed everybody. And they also sit in the front everywhere. And when they bring food, it is the chief they first give. When they bring drinks, it is the chief they first give. And he smiled and said, yes, you are a district governor now, but next year you are going to be a Rotary chief too. In any case, I don't think I qualify to be a Rotary chief, but I can see communities who are Rotary chiefs. The next strategy is the outsider strategy. Public facing pressure via petitions, media campaigns, and public demonstrations to raise urgency. You can say push-ups, don't show them. You're pushing them, telling them that look, we have to go do this. If we don't do it, we are going to face issues. And the third strategy, that is the grassroots advocacy, where we elected community leaders, professionals, and notable figures to lend immediate credibility and access costs. So advocacy is a very important thing, and I implore all of us here, please do a study on advocacy and see how you can implement that, or how you can actualize that, in polio eradication initiative. If you recall the key points, the next one is the micro planning and quality assurance. In this particular activity, micro planning translates to high-level micro goals into localized operational steps. That is on the last page that we want to eradicate polio. How do we now break it into smaller activities that will be able to get this done? And the quality assurance, it provides systemic checks to ensure those bottom-up plans are accurate. That means the micro plans are accurate, complete, and executed correctly, on the ground. And together Oh, hold on, please. Will you hold on? No. Okay. Together they will run this task in polio eradication. When you put micro quality assurance together, it's just like asking, somebody that's working for you or junior to you that please go and ensure that social area is clean and washed and everything. And then after some time, following up that quality assurance to ensure that that has been done. Next slide. And for micro planning, these are the core elements. Number one is mapping. Because like the Philippines did, they were able to draw out what they are going to, which area they are going to have, like the area of concentration. And so mapping becomes very important because you have to delineate the area within which we are working. For example, our main area of the Nigerian National Polio Plus Committee is Nigeria. Then each club, each district will have its own district as the area map. And then the clubs will take their areas of concentration. That is their adopted local governments. And also try to ensure that they get it. Then in counting, we estimate the exact target populations in that area map. So that you know, on conclusion, whether you have really captured every child within that area. And then scheduling. That is setting clear dates, times, and routes for service delivery. And that's why you see there is always a development of timing when ODRs or IBRA or what do they used to call them before? National Immunization Days, are done. So you have a timetable and then resourcing. You have to calculate the exact amount of supplies, transport needs, and staffing. So this constitutes the core elements of the micro plan. Next one. For quality assurance, you need after the institution to go on verification. That is to review local plans at regional and national levels to check for business settlements and data errors. Like I told you, the quality assurance is like going to check that the work we have set out, has been done. So ground truthing, which is visit physical locations to confirm that paper maps and population numbers match reality. For those of us who, I'm saying us, for those who work in the bank, what do you call it? KYC, knowing your customer. You have to go there physically to be able to identify that this customer actually has the address he has given you. Supervision, which use mentors and supervisors to check health worker performance and tool usage. And then continuous review to track real-time data to fix mistakes and update plans. That is quality assurance. Next slide. And it is still, I wonder whether, okay, the picture is coming up here. So you can see quality assurance in progress. What is happening here? Can you see the Rotarians wearing a uniform, the blue and white, with the vaccinators, and they are collecting the vaccinators, login sheets. So what are they doing then? What aspects of quality assurance are they doing? No. Let's go back to the immediate backslide. So what are they doing here? Are they doing verification, ground truthing, supervision, or continuous review? Yeah. I think they're doing supervision. Because you can see, it was, let's go back to it was during the actual activity of vaccination, vaccination work is going on. And I'm sure, from the height, you can understand who is there standing there. Let's go on. Funding. And this is what the regional Polio now coordinator is responsible for. Even though all other support. So I can tell you that this is why I'm here. But others have been helping me help. Now, the global growth rule for funding. Why? Because we had a funding gap. You had what the WHO lady mentioned here. And I think the UNICEF lady also did mention something like that. There is a gap because many, have stopped putting in funds to polio eradication. So Rotary is actually in the eye of the storm. Most of the funding comes from Rotary. Fortunately, we have to grow $50 billion US every year. And we are fortunate that the Gates Foundation, this for every dollar we donate, Gates Foundation will match it with $2. Which means, if a Rotarian gives $1, it actually means that Rotarian is given $50. Isn't that encouraging? Yeah. You can imagine your $1 go pregnant and born $2 more. So it's very important that we look into how to give, towards polio fund next year. So if we're going to look how do we contribute? The district. Rotary International has recommended that each district should give a minimum of 20% DDF. I believe we know what the district dedicated funds are. So 20% of whatever your district dedicated funds is for every district to be given. It is my responsibility to continue following up with the district governors in Region 27 to see that happens. I was very happy yesterday when at the Rotary Nigerian National Polio Committee meeting, the district, the committee encouraged the district governors to give. And I was very happy, really happy, to see that 5 of the district governors in Nigeria out of the 6 were present there, including my district governor, who immediately 20%. It's another problem over here. Then from the clubs, it is recommended also and suggested that every club should give to the polio fund in every particular Rotary year a minimum of $1,500. Is that too much? Especially in the type of clubs that we have in Lagos, where I can see people who, even though they have not eaten, are still looking very fresh, which means they have eaten a lot before. So they can be able to give. We are really, really, blessed for this funds. And even if the Rotarian, cannot give much, every Rotarian should be a giver to this one. But it becomes very important, which means the Rotarian fund is suggested to give a minimum of $10 a year to the polio fund. There is the draft that many things that given to the annual funds becomes more relevant because of the DDF. Now I will tell you, Rotary Foundation does not care whether you use the foundation or not. If you are applying for anything from the Rotary Foundation, and I also want to situation with the DDF. I know that some district governors, connive with others to just come out the district grants. I don't know what happens in 911 now. But I'm going to listen for this, because in my judgment, some district governors will come up and say that if you give the clubs the district grants, that they are going to be managing the funds. Therefore, they will set up a committee of 1 district governors who are in line suspect that ultimately they will be the vendor for all of the district grant projects. And they will be the ones to do the grants. And then call on the clubs to come and commission. Very un-Rotarian. In any case, if the Rotarian can give $10 to the Global Fund, I'll be most happy. Next slide. So that we run, I'm already on that. Now, in terms of the funding, this, as of 17th of August 2026, is what Rotarians have given into the Polio Fund in District 911, which has 2,622 Rotarians. Have given $8,395.63. District 912 with 2,284 Rotarians have given $13,868.49. So this is not something that goes for planning. It will have done the quiet. Because districts like 9111 and 9112, 2 months into the, or 1.5 months into the year, and this is what they're giving to the Polio Fund. I'm sure that there are 2 people here calling on them will give twice this amount or even more. And we know that it was at the beginning of the year that the main giving is done from 1st of July to end of December. Therefore, I will appeal that please let's advocate, very importantly, that we do it to ensure that we get that. District Governor, I have the list of the giving of every member in each club. I'll be sharing it with you from time to time. You all know this is speech, but I will share it with you from time to time so that we can see, who we can follow up with to see that we meet, that giving of as many clubs reaching to 1,500 USD in a year. Next slide. As I'm concluding this talk, and I'm sure my MC is happy, I will give some few resources that you will use, to continue updating yourself about what is being done on the polio eradication. And that is the National Polio Plus Committees, the District Polio Committee, the regional leaders, including myself. I'm always open, any discussion regarding the eradication of polio. That is, if my work does not stop me from answering. Next slide. Now we have to do a little review. We can't go without doing an exam. That's how we have focused for so long. Now, if you recall, we mentioned at the beginning the learning objectives. Number 1, understand the most important indices for the eradication of polio. Have we understood them? Yes. Have we understood the most important indices? Those key points. I'm not encouraged the best voice. Number 2, be informed of routine polio eradication structure. What we discussed regarding all the Nigerian National Polio Laws Committee, the district, the clubs, and also the region. Are we good? Number 3, to identify the good practices in the campaign to eradicate all the issue of funding and so on. Those are the best practices. And number 4, we couple them with the advocacy strategies in polio eradication. You recall the strategies, the incident strategy, the outside, the outside one, and so on. Are we going there? Yes. Number 5, be informed of the growing funding, the Polio Eradication Initiative. If we are, as of today, we are 99.9% eradicated polio. Even when the WHO lady spoke here, it was not encouraging at all. From the tendencies that is going, I'm sure this 99.9% can be reviewed. So only 2 countries are still endemic. We need a little more work to do, but that is the most difficult one. I will tell you, all of us here, you said we have done this evaluation, review and reflections, and you are all comfortable that you understand what we have done, here. Maybe we will come to present to mention that. So now, I want to tell you the story. Yeah. In 1984, when I graduated from the School of Architecture, there was one classmate of mine who decided to take up employment with the university. And then the university, gave him what they call refresher course for local government staff. He was a lecturer in that department. And he helped me that more than being his father, meant that some maybe even his grandfather's age. And he was the lecturer, small boy. So he starts in front of them and teaches them, what the curriculum says he should teach them. At the end of 4 weeks, he came to ask them the same questions I asked you. Evaluate, the learning objectives. So do you understand everything we have done? They said yes. Do you really understand? They said yes. So he said, okay. Today is Wednesday. Please prepare for Monday. We'll have a small test to understand how much you understand of what you. Everybody can pass. No, what about this is happening? He said, yes, sir. Okay. He stood up. Said, young man, you asked us if we understand what you have taught us. We say, yes, we understand. You asked again, we say, we understand. Most of that we don't understand. So, in many cases, we are volunteers, so we are not going to go into exams. So, here with your own time, try to evaluate yourself. And I believe this life will be shared. You will try to recall all the top again. The final slide, please. This young man is saying thank you to you all for getting the world that has stopped him from getting polio. And this young man, his name is Sagar. Oh, my grandson. Thank you so much. On the responsibilities of the district committee, the state and the campaign action. So for those 10 minutes, we call on speaker.
National coordinator of NFP.
It's live now. Maybe first let me introduce myself. I know this is the first time of me coming to Lagos. I know I'm going to other states to facilitate the same cordial seminar. Since my assumption as the coordinator, I think this is the first time of coming in here. My name is Mr. Admai Somi. I am from Borno State. Hello. Hi. I am from Borno State. I have been the field coordinator for Borno State since 2018. After my 35 years of retirement as civil servant in the state. So as young as I am done my 35 years. I retired in 2017. At 2018, I took up this assignment with Rotary International. So we are going to speak briefly, just as they have said, on the roles and responsibilities of district polio class committees, state reps, and then Rotarians during campaigns. We are more concerned when it is time for campaigns. I was in Port Harcourt, we ended up around 4 o'clock. All of them are around, but see our own hall. Almost 2 times have gone. I was in Ilorin, the same thing. They were all around at 3 o'clock. So what is happening to us here? We were together with Baba at Ilorin. So at least we know that we are adults. When it comes to evening like this, sometimes after the volume of all these species we become discouraged, but we'll quickly go over it. So the first that we are going to look at is just the pillar of what our campaign is all about. When we talk of our immunization, it falls under these 5 pillars. One is routine immunization. If our routine immunization is strong, we don't need even to go back again and have campaigns. Then the second one is the SIA campaign, which we normally conduct periodically, including the IBRA that at least Lagos is also inclusive. Then we have the AFP surveillance, and I'm sure the radio have said it all. Though I was not around because I was busy trying to tidy things in the office. Then, of course, after that, we have targeted mobile, which include things like the IBRA, but mostly the targeted mobile is after the campaign. We still have missed settlements, missed individuals. So what do we do about them? At least we give ourselves either a day or 2 to go back. Those children that we have missed, vaccinating them, we go and vaccinate them to ensure that everybody receives the vaccination. Then, of course, the last one is documentation. Anything we are doing, if there is no documentation, it means we have done nothing, no record, right? So these are the pillars that governs what we are thinking about our immunization. Next slide. So these are just the cycles of what we are doing on the field. If we look at it, we have house-to-house immunization. We have what we call direct polio observable immunization, where we normally have maybe the papalolos on the street. You find children because they are attracted by the music and the classes, they come on the street, we immunize them. And that's what it takes care of, especially those caregivers that don't want their own children to be immunized, especially in the far north where I'm coming from. We have this scenario because of illiteracy, they don't want their children to be vaccinated. But the moment the children are Papa is around, they rush to that particular place and we get the children, we immunize them. And of course, we have the transit and then the pneumatic vaccination, especially in border areas. I think for the past 3 months in Katsina, we were together with the chairman in Katsina to ensure that those that are vaccinated. So we call that one transit vaccination, including those that are coming maybe from a trapped area because of insecurity. We have strategic people that are vaccinating at the entry point so that we ensure that they are also vaccinated. So these are just the strategies that we normally use in vaccination. Then we have the activities, what we are supposed to do in campaigns. We have already enumerated, we have the house to house, we have the transit, we have the fixed post, we have the DOPV, and of course, the other one is integrated, where we concentrated mostly in health facilities, where mothers and caregivers, if we hear what our UNICEF is saying, we have the father to what strategy. Is it not so? I was in Abuja, close to where Polio House is. If you go to that clinic, you find mostly men taking their own wives themselves to ensure that their children are vaccinated, and to ensure also that the women that are pregnant receive their own TT. So that is encouraging. Part of us as husbands, as fathers, we need to accompany them. It gives them a lot of encouragement. So these are some of the strategies that we are doing. Then, of course, for us now, when there is campaign, we need to have what we call pre-implementation phase. We need to go to the local government area where it is the center for receiving the drugs, distributing the teams, whatever, so that we get ourselves acquainted with those areas, and especially the leadership. I think our SIO is here. Under her, we have the local government immunization officers. So they also take care. So we need to at least get ourselves acquainted with those people in order to make the work easier. They will say, yes, Rotarians from so and so were also around, and therefore they have participated fully in the immunization. If there is any special training that probably you could not understand the techniques, by virtue of availing yourself in the local government area, there at least you can get the proper information and what you are expected to do at that particular level. Yes. So we have the implementation stage. This is why it calls our attention. Here we say that anybody who is supporting the vaccination, be it a person who is employed as a supervisor, or we as Rotarians that are volunteers, we need to be at the takeoff point, because there we give orientation to the team. Apart from giving them orientation to the team, we know exactly whether that particular local government area have recruited exactly what is needed for that particular area to cover the children around that particular area. Then apart from that, teams, you also have to ask whether the teams are complete. If they are not complete, find out what is the reason. Sometimes I learn from our chairman, when he goes to a particular place, he will be there as early as 6 o'clock to ensure that even the vaccines are inspected. That's one thing I understand with him. When I was field coordinator, at least by 6 o'clock, we are already at the takeoff to ensure that the vaccines are proper, they are stored in the proper storage facility and all that. Then, of course, and it is properly or decently dressed. Talking of dressing, if you go to our own area and you go with half shot, they will just chase you because the culture does not permit that. So when you are in a particular area, please dress decently based on the culture of that area. Yeah, if I like, I can go to my worship. Nobody will query me, but I dare do that one. Not even in my own state. You should even wear this one. In other areas, if I wear this one, at least it will cover, right? But because I have badge, I will also be scared of the security, because when they see polio, those that are so antagonistic about this immunization, they will actually follow somebody and eliminate him. So please, where we are, if we are carrying out an assignment, let us dress this same so that at least we will portray who we are in terms of our own responsibility. I remember my lecturer, he said, humbly humble to the humble go. So if you are not humble, nobody will listen to you. So we need to be very, very careful where we find ourselves. Then of course, we also have to look at we have what we call AFP tag. It contains questions on that tag that would guide them to know if there is any similar situation like the picture. The picture depicts a child with polio. There was a time I was in the particular situation. The parents said, then your picture, there is one child in this our house that has similar something like that. That immediately now tells me that at least I should call the disease surveillance officer to go and investigate. And that was the investigation. At the end of the day, at least the child has been affected, already has been blown, but then it was rehabilitated. So that's the importance of some of these pictures. It will also ask whether the parents are taking the children for immunization or not. So all those questions are there that guide the team. Then does the team have a daily implementation plan? This one is just a paper where we design. If you are to cover maybe Mushin area, it has to be there on the table, on the paper, so that they don't go outside. And that also ensures proper coverage. Then do they have appropriate vaccine carriers with ice packs? Also need to ask that one. And of course, what stage is the vaccine given to the children? Whether it is stage 1, stage 2, I know those of us who have been participating, we know that stage 3 and 4, we don't normally give it to children. The VVL, we'll see. Yes. Yes. So, Rotarians must observe the following. I'm just working in the area specified. That's one of the daily documentation plan, right? Then, let me tell you how magically. If they are not going into houses magically, there is possibility for them to miss out certain children. So we expect. The team members know the stages of VPM, etc. Yes. So these are the stages of VPM that we are making. If you look at stage 1, we have up to 4 stages. Stage 1, if you look at the bottom, the inner one is completely white. And that one is stage 1. That vaccine is given to a child. Stage 2, the same thing. It's not as white as that was stage 1, but that one also we can give that particular vaccine to a child. Then stage 3, the inner cycle and then the cover, they look the same thing. It means the vaccine has gone to certain stage that we cannot give it. So that one, if you are on supervision and you come across that type of vaccine, please ask the team not to give it or you will retrieve it. I think in March I was in KP. I had to go out and retrieve such type of vaccine. They were going without even knowing, and this vaccine is already in stage 4, not even stage 3. So I have to retrieve it immediately. I report and go back to the cold chain system to find out what is happening with their own refrigerator and vaccine carrier. So all these are some of what we need to keep ourselves with. So these are just the stages of the vaccine. They said check for the previous during saving the vaccine from the health facility. That's why I said our chairman, if he goes first thing in the morning, he will go and check whether these vaccines are in the rightful position and whether the vaccine, the ice packs are adequate enough and in proper temperature required. So it's very important not to go for supporting supervision. Then the 2 take one is one is already. So these are just examples. This one contains 50 vials. Sorry, 50 doses of vaccine in each of the vials. That is the one that we'll be using for the first 2 years or so. Formerly, we use 20 doses in a particular vial, but then it has not been modified. The NOPV now comes in 50 doses. So which means it needs also careful preservation and careful monitoring. Next. So this is just to help us when we are doing vaccination. How do we even handle the vial? We should handle it in such a way that it is at 45 degrees before dropping it to a child. And we should not allow the tip of the vial to touch the mouth of the child because we are going to give it to another child. So for us not to get the particular vaccine contaminated, ensure that those measures are followed. Next. So this is just for the house numbering. If we look at it, the first one we said is a completed house numbering. So you tick. If you find, let's say 5 children, so and you vaccinated all the 5 children, the team normally puts 5 over 5, indicating that all the 5 children in that particular household are what? They are vaccinated. And so they put the number of, they put the month first, they put the year, and then put the code number of that particular team. And of course, the first house they have entered. Now, when after entering the first house, the second house will not be number 2. But the code number is maintained within that particular table. If the code number is 001, throughout their own vaccination in that particular community for that particular daily implementation plan, it will be 001, right? But houses are numbered according to when they are entered into those houses. Then sometimes we come across where maybe you enter into a house and then you come across just about 2 children out of the 5 that are early vaccinated. You now put 2 over 5. And then you write revisit because the team need to come back again and vaccinate the child. This is why we are saying that no child should be missed in this vaccination, right? So the team will now come back, do vaccination again, and that's why they are going to revisit. It means they are coming back with the same code number. Then where there is complete non-compliance, that's why we put our RX. So when we go, maybe as supervisors, if you go and find where there is artifacts, please enter into the house and find out. If you are a mature person, sometimes by your own presence, you can even resolve the non-compliance in that particular household. When you look and they see you as an elderly, so many cases when they see people like us, I've come across so many. He showed an airline who is even working with our teaching hospital. He refused his house to be entered. Unfortunately for him, I was behind them. So when I know, he said, hey, so you are also together with that before? I said, I said, I saw car with this number in UMTH, which means you are a staff of University of Medical Teaching Hospital. And you, with all the knowledge, tell me the reason why you don't want your child to be vaccinated, so that probably it will help you. Then he started scratching his head. Hey, you know the mother told us not to be vaccinated. I said, whose mother? Are they not also going to pilgrimage? When they go there, they also get vaccinated. So tell me what is the reason? It was an army officer. He refused. He said we are giving vaccines that are outdated. I just picked the vaccine, show him. Yeah. See, this is the date of manufacturing. This is the expiring date. So we have this even among the elites. It's not only our own local people in the rural areas, right? So these are the things that we are experiencing. Then of course, if you come across a house that is no child is eligible, probably the children are above 5 years. You put N for non-eligible because all the children are above 5 years, right? So these are some of the symbols that we put on either the doorstep or the gate of that particular house to indicate that we do that because others are coming also. to go and evaluate and find out whether our people have actually gone into these houses and get the children vaccinated. And so when they go and find this type of site and enter and get the child not vaccinated, it is against us. So we are doing this one to ensure that every child is vaccinated. Yes. Thank you for listening. At least I know that the professionals after the time. Thank you. God bless you all. Yeah. Thank you very much for those of us who we get to the end. I got enough for what I said. Thank you very much. Yes, any award for who have patience in this like you like that.
It's very.
Yes, our club will be the highest number. Okay, thank you very much for coming. The only thing I will let you know is that each club supposed to give $100 for the year. So it shouldn't be a problem for us in Bagada. No. Okay, you buy 100 by 132. So it's even less than $10. So for every member of the club, $10, which probably is a larger people collect that one is a big. Yes. So and that's to do what we do at least whoever can afford $10, let me do that I can go for one thing. So every member of our institute will pay the $10. Thank you very much for coming, Baba. Thank you very much for. I know you want to speak more, but I don't know you. Jide, we thank you very much. The DPC for 911, thank you very much. The one for 912 is not just step down. Okay, thank you very much. Everybody who appreciated, thank you. So we meet again when we if those of us who are left can approach this item of the future. Okay? Let's approach this people. So let us do the voting, please. Those of that, thank you very much. I will mention a single time. Thank you very much for participating. We thank you very much. So let us sing the road place at the count of 2. 1, 2. We praise thee for the day before. You made the road, the dream, the sun, brought to green hills, lost in the sky. Leaving all the light, the silent